Guys, today we are going to be shaving my entire body and then going to Yeti's house to see his reaction.
This sounded much better in my head. For the love of Christ, please make a fire!
What the fuck are you?
Guys, today we're
Oh God, that was funny, right? That was funny. Yes, unhyphenated. Every color should count. I tried something different tonight. 15 of any color, because it's not about the money per se. It's just about that people let me know that they want me to go longer, that they enjoy the show, and they want to see more. That's the whole reason behind it. So that's it. So how's everybody doing tonight? Happy Saturday night. I know originally I had the show scheduled to go at 11, but I changed it to 10:15 because I got home earlier than I thought I was going to get home. I had a dinner to attend this evening, and it ended early, so I made it home. So yes, there is a goal tonight of 15 super chats of any color, the $2 or whatever, any number, any colors. So if you would like the show to go beyond 2 hours, it would be most helpful. Most helpful. So we're going to start off early. I just want to tell everybody thanks for being here. Please remember to hit the like button, and if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And hit that bell so that you get notifications, because I'm going to try to go live every night at the same time at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, but sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 11, and tonight it was 10:15. So it is what it is. I want to thank everybody who's here. Hello, Will Call Magic. Hello, Unhyphenated. Hello, Nanner Knows. Hello, Choosy Heretics. Let's see who else is here. Hello, What TF. Hello, None Your Business. Yes, and hello, Jim Tells You. Jim's going to tell you the news. I'm going to start off. He says, I don't tend to get notice from YouTube, so I got a nightly alarm set for 9 p.m. so I don't miss out. Okay, well, ID Crisis just saw I was on. Well, I'm here, ID Crisis. Thanks for stopping on by. We're going to talk of some news. We got some good news stories, I think. I got 67 tabs open right now, with some in the background. If I run out, I got more ready to go. But here we're going to jump right into the first news story of the day. It says, breaking. ICE's new budget under Trump is now bigger than Russia's entire military. Wow. Yes, you read that right. The Biden years are over. Here's what Trump's $175 billion mass deportation campaign really means. Trump's immigration budget just passed. It's a record-smashing $175 billion, the biggest enforcement plan in U.S. history, bigger than Russia's military, bigger than Germany's, bigger than the CBP, FBI, and CIA combined. Biden wanted 87,000 new IRS agents against you. They wanted 87,000 new IRS agents to target you and me, to look at us. They wanted to monitor every transaction we made on our Venmo, our PayPal, anything. They wanted any transactions over $600 or anything like that they wanted to tax you on. That's what Biden wanted to do. What Trump did was say, no, we're going to use those people. We're going to put them on ice, and we're going to get the illegals out of the country. We're not going to tax overtime anymore. We're not going to tax tips anymore. You know what, seniors? We're not going to tax Social Security either. That's what Trump did. The funding includes $47 billion for the wall, $45 billion for detention centers, $30 billion for ICE raids and enforcement, and $12 billion for state-level crackdowns, $10 billion for DHS reimbursement. Trump is not playing. This is a full-spectrum immigration war. Yeah, look at that. Look at that picture of Trump. He's not screwing around. He's not screwing around. Why does it keep changing? I don't know why it does it. It jumps. Yes, that is correct. Everyone remember that we are tipping Jim. Tips are appreciated. Please try the veal. I'm here all week. Don't forget to tip your waiters. ICE will now be able to detain 16,000 people at a time, double the current total. And I think about 5 or 10,000 are going to be able to detain at Alligator Alcatraz. What's for dinner tonight? And that's just for processing. He's kicking them out of the country as fast as he can. That's what Trump promised. Not just control of the border, but removal of those who broke in. Ship them all out. Ship them all out. Trump just toured Alligator Alcatraz, a new 3,000-bed facility in Florida. This is just first of many. Wait till you see the Alaskan Alcatraz. Think Rura Pente. Trump says, I'd like to see them in many states. I don't know. Alligators don't do well in the cold, though, so I don't know how you could use alligators in Alaska. To build it all, Trump is hiring 10,000 new ICE agents. Wow. They'll receive $10,000 bonuses. They'll work hand in glove with local police to detain illegals fast. Biden sicked 87,000 new IRS agents on you. Trump is hiring 10,000 new ICE agents to protect you. They better stop this IRS plan. There's no reason to hire no 87,000 IRS agents. We don't need them. The left is panicking. They're saying this kind of money could end world hunger, which is odd since they didn't do it when they had the chance. Oh. He says, I like the name Alligator Alcatraz, but one that's being used that I really like is Gator Gitmo. Gator Gitmo sounds awesome. Gator Gitmo sounds awesome. I don't know if everyone noticed, I did get a haircut today. I think it went a little too short. I don't know. But it'll grow back fast. It grows fast. So the left is panicking. They're saying this kind of money could end world hunger, but it's strange since they didn't do it. What they really mean is Trump is doing what they said what couldn't be done. He's enforcing immigration law. He's protecting U.S. sovereignty, and he's ending the invasion. No more of these invasions. Just no more. No more invasions. We've had enough of these invasions. Zero. Zilch. No more. Well, thanks. Thanks, what's TF? I don't know. I think maybe, I don't know. Maybe it went a little too short. But, yeah. Polar bear Alcatraz obviously is the answer. Yeah. Well, that would be nice for the deep staters. Yeah, Gator Gitmo for the deep staters would be where they deserve to go. If you know what I mean. Okay. So, continuing along with this topic, we have this. It says, no holiday for ICE as immigration raids continued on July 4th. We should give them Pride Month and call it ICE Month. They're definitely celebrating Independence Day. That's overtime for any federal employee. These guys and girls raking it in. I always up my prices on the holidays. Mm-hmm. They've been sitting in our offices for 4 years drinking coffee. They're ready to rock. Oh, seriously? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna have to try something because I'm gonna have to try that trick. I'm gonna have to try that trick real quick that the guy told me about. Let me see if I can get this to work. Messages. Sorry. This. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So this is what I was able to do. Look at that. I was able to cheat the system. Oh. Oh, thanks, Mika. I'm better than Audible. I try. Soothing tones. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Okay. So it says, this is the Los Angeles Times. U.S. and Customs Border Protection officers and DHS push back on Angeline and emails as they rally against ongoing ICE raids in front of the Edward R. Royal Federal Building on Friday, July 4th, 2025. Oh, thank you, Terry. Happy 4th of July to you too, Terry. Thank you very much. It says, on July 4th, federal holiday, federal agents arrested more immigrants as part of the ongoing raids that have rounded up more than 1,600 people for deportation in Southern California. In West Hollywood, video footage broadcast by NBC4 LA showed U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents in bulletproof vests at the Santa Palm car wash Friday morning. 2 people who have worked at the car wash for decades were detained. 2 other people told the Times on Saturday. So they've been working illegally for decades with stolen IDs and stuff, stolen documents, because that's what it sounds like to me, because you can't work unless the business was breaking the law and was paying them under the table. So which is it? A man whose father was detained told NBCLA that he didn't know what prompted the raid. I can tell you what prompted the raid. Everyone, here's the secret. I'm going to clue you all in. Illegal aliens working when they're not supposed to is what caused the raids. See? Simple. He's not a criminal, said the man. Well, is he working without legal authorization to work in the U.S.? That makes him a criminal. That's how the law works. Sorry. He wasn't doing anything he wasn't supposed to do. He came in to work on the 4th of July. Was he legally allowed to work in the U.S.? Is he a legal alien? I mean, come on, people. West Hollywood officials criticized the raid. Of course they do. Look at him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marines stand guard during a rally, and then Kay Griffin spins an umbrella in front of the Marines standing guard during a rally. Well, these guys suck. On a day meant to honor the ideals of liberty, democracy, and freedom from oppression, we instead confront a deeply troubling reminder of the federal overreach. It's not federal overreach to enforce federal law. I don't get it. These people are confused about what overreach is. Enforcing federal law is not overreach. It's just enforcing federal law. Overreach would be like if they just started going to like kicking down houses, just searching for people under beds and stuff with no probable cause. Independence Day should be a time for reflection and reverence, not fear and persecution. You're not being persecuted. You're being prosecuted for breaking the law. If you're not here illegally, there's no reason to be afraid. So Federal agents also detained a food vendor in front of a Target on Eagle Rock Boulevard on Friday. According to a video shared on social media from the scene, the Babadia stand is a longtime beloved staple of Eagle Rock. I don't know. Highland Park and these other neighbors. A GoFundMe started by the vendor's brother raised more than $16,000 overnight to hire an attorney and support the vendor's 3 children. Stop breaking the law, assholes, I guess is the only thing I can say. Just like from Liar Liar. If you're here illegally, you're not allowed to work in the United States. It's against the law. You're breaking the law to work without authorization. Protests have continued amid the raids. Fans of the Galaxy soccer team left the stands on Friday over the owner's lack of public support for immigrants. See, when they say immigrants, what they mean is illegal aliens. That's what they mean. And the team's fans, who are majority Latino, others who typically sing, chant, and play drums and trumpet, stood in silence during the 12-minute match against Vancouver. Fans also raised a banner that read, "Fight ignorance, not immigrants." In downtown Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Police Department made 5 arrests on Friday at anti-immigration enforcement demonstrations downtown, a department official said. In a post on X, the LAPD said that most participants were peaceful, but once again, as the evening approached, outside agitators began to cause issues. Of course they did. Of course they started to cause issues. Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course. And then look at this. Texas. An Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck after police were lured to the ICE facility by masked extremists in black who attacked cars and security cameras. Antifa and far-left extremists have been urging people to murder police and ICE agents. The attack on the Alvarado PD near the ICE facility exposes the lethal consequences of the left-wing extremism targeting law enforcement. This ambush, masked assailants sabotaging security infrastructure before opening fire, mirrors tactics used in Portland and LA, where federal operations face coordinated violence. DHS confirmed these are not isolated incidents, but part of a broader anti-ICE campaign to destabilize border security. Deputy AG Blanche's pledge to prosecute attackers aligns with Title X authority precedents, reinforcing that assaults on federal facilities demand maximum enforcement. When extremists weaponize chaos, the response must be unyielding. Back the officers, secure detention centers, and crush domestic terrorism networks fueling this violence. The facts behind these coordinated attacks and the federal response demand a closer look. Here's the news story from CBS. It says, several in custody after the North Texas police officer shot in the neck outside an ICE facility. Several suspects are in custody after a police officer was injured in a shooting at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Detention Facility in Alvarado, Texas. In the late night hours of the 4th of July, just before 11 p.m., the Alvarado Police Department said it was called to the 1200 block of Sunflower Lane outside the ICE Prairieland Detention Facility on a report of a suspicious person. Yeah, Nanner knows. I didn't really see this reported anywhere. It was a guy that is on a show called Council of Future Conflict named Joe Dolio, who goes by Tactical Wisdom. He put me onto this story, so thanks, Joe. When officers arrived, they saw a person who appeared to be carrying a firearm, according to a news release. Alvarado police said that when one of the first responding officers tried to engage with the person, an unknown number of suspects opened fire. At least one bullet struck an officer in the neck, police said. The injured officer was flown from the scene to a Fort Worth hospital, was treated and released. According to the police, several armed suspects were taken into custody after trying to flee the scene with the help of local agencies, including the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. At this time, the suspects' names have not been released, and police are investigating the motive. Well, the motive's pretty clear, isn't it self-evident? A federal law enforcement source told CBS News Saturday that local police arrested 8 people. The official said that some of those apprehended were wearing body armor. The source told CBS News that early reports indicate that more than a dozen masked individuals dressed in black had arrived at the Prairieland ICE detention facility late Friday night and vandalized vehicles and security cameras in the parking lot. The individuals launched fireworks in an apparent effort to lure law enforcement, the source said. But I mean, it was the 4th of July, so I don't know. Launching fireworks, I mean, I don't know if that's really, anyway, that odd on the 4th of July. But if they're launching them at the cops, that's a different story. When reached by CBS News, the FBI declined to comment on the investigation. The Justice Department is closely monitoring the incident. The Justice Department said on Saturday morning it's closely monitoring the attacks on DHS facilities. We are closely monitoring the attacks on DHS detention facilities in Prairieland, Texas, and Portland, Oregon, and are coordinating with the U.S. Attorney's offices and our law enforcement partners. Justice Department Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a social media post, the department has zero tolerance for assaults on federal officers or property and will bring the full weight of the law against those responsible. Blanche appeared to be referencing an incident which occurred in mid-June in which 3 people were arrested outside an ICE facility in Portland after clashing with law enforcement, according to a report from CBS affiliate KOIN TV. It seems like they might be a little more than just an idea, Taylor. Just saying. Alvarado police are asking anyone with information concerning this incident to give them a call at 817-790-0919. Okay. 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 And this I wanted to bring up again. I know I talked about this briefly last night, but this is basically CNN is stunned as major Americans back Trump's mass deportation plan. They do stuff like this and then they're wondering why. 55%, 64%, 57%, somewhere between 55 and 65% of Americans support deporting all undocumented immigrants, not just the criminals, all. That means the people that they're saying like, oh, he was just working, doing his thing. Nope. The public, the majority, a large majority, over 55%, 60%, 70, 60 over, 65% support deporting every person who's here illegally. That includes people that overstayed visas. That includes people that, that are here working, that have been here for 20 years. Doesn't matter how long they've been here. If they're not here legally, they got to go. That's what the American public wants. And that's what President Trump was elected to do. Now, CNN, it stunned CNN that the American people want America to be for Americans, I guess. It says the Supreme Court handed the Trump administration a major deportation victory on Thursday. On the same day, the GOP-led House passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act in a narrow 218 to 214. The fact that it was just 218 to 214, it kind of makes you go, what the heck's going on? Legislation paves the way for over 1 million deportations annually. I want 5 million deportations annually. If 20 million, if they say 20 million came in under Biden, then we got to be able to get 20 million out under Trump this first 4 years. Actually, we should be able to get down more than that. I mean, there was this guy. All right, I want everyone to look. There was a program called Operation Wet something, and then another, and then it was something to do like, and then back, and it was by Eisenhower in the 50s, and he was able to get 500,000 or somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million illegals out of the country in 3 months. He used the military to do it. So that's all Trump's got to do. Do the same thing. Meanwhile, the first illegals arrived at Alligator Alcatraz in the Florida Everglades, with outbound flights soon to follow. With these massive wins stacking up, Trump has secured yet another victory. The hearts of the American people who overwhelmingly support this effort to restore national security. Let's start with the news from the Supreme Court. In short, the nation's highest court ruled that an activist lower court judge had severely overstepped by attempting to block the deportation of 8 criminal illegal alien migrants to South Sudan, despite a prior order from the High Court authorizing the removal. In a 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court sharply rebuked U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy an appointee from the radical leftist Biden-Harris regime era for defying its June 23rd ruling, which permitted the Trump officials to proceed with deportations of criminal illegal aliens to third world countries. The majority held that Murphy lacked the authority to enforce a previous injunction that the justices had already stayed. Moving on with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act set for President Trump's signature on Friday afternoon, the bill permanently secures the border through the largest investment in immigration enforcement in U.S. history. It includes funding for over 1 million deportations annually and provides resources to complete the southern border wall. Tailwinds for Trump's deportation agenda are gaining serious momentum, and the key driver is public sentiment. As it turns out, even legacy mainstream media polls show a clear majority of Americans support the administration's illegal alien crackdown. CNN hosts appeared visibly stunned by the numbers, revealing that the public is firmly behind Trump in restoring law and order nationwide. There we go. Adding time. Want to know if Antifa in Alvarado was local DFW folks? I could look into that to see. They're not, as far as I know, there was nothing released yet. Nanner knows on the suspects that were arrested. So it hasn't been released yet. If you see anything, Nanner knows. If you see anything, you want to put it in the chat, or you want to let me know you got it. You can message me on Twitter or put it in the Rumble chat, and I can pull it up from the Rumble chat if you find something. But I'll keep looking. Oh, hey Kyle Reese, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm doing my best. Breaking. Majority of Americans want all illegals here deported. Some polls have it over 60%. Mass deportations are popular. Let's make it happen. We can,
documented immigrants. So we have slightly different questions, but these were all taken within the last month. And there's real uniformity here. That's what I really think you see. You see real uniformity. Deported all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times. Marquette, 64%. CBS News, 57%. ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
So if they say yes today-ish, how has that changed over time?
Yeah, this is where I think you get very interesting. And so we'll take a look at that ABC News question in particular, because you can really see that there's been a massive shift from when Trump was first getting into office 8 years ago, right? Deport all undocumented immigrants. You go back to 2015, I'm going to come to your side of the screen, it was 42%. Hello. Go to 2016, it was 36%. Look at where we are now. This was taken at the end of last year, 56%. This is 20 points higher than it was just before Trump got into office the first time. So feelings towards immigration in this country, feelings towards undocumented immigrants and deporting all of them have become considerably more hawkish. And I think that gives Donald Trump much more leverage to go with the American people and sort of have these hawkish, some might say harsh, different rhetoric and also issue-based sort of going after immigrants who are here illegally. And so I think the American people are going to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt to do what he wants to do, at least if you believe these blunt questions, including this one.
How about immigration levels?
Yeah, okay. So this sort of goes in line with that, right? Which is, again, trying to get at the underlying feelings. Want immigration levels decreased. This includes legal and illegal immigration. Look at this. Last year, 55%. That is the highest level since the 9/11 aftermath. You go back just to 2020.
And this, again, legal and
Illegal
illegal.
and
So they
illegal.
people want less people coming into the country.
Exactly. They want less people coming into the country. Look at that. That's a 14-point rise from 2023. You go back to 2016 when Donald Trump again was running for president the first time. It was 38%. That's a 17-point rise. So the bottom line is more folks want people who are here illegally deported, and their overall feelings towards immigration have become considerably more hawkish since Donald Trump was first getting in office, Kate.
Hold on, I'm looking up to see if there's any information about that Alvarado shooting before I jump on to the next. I don't know. This is what I'm finding on Google right now. This is what I'm finding on Google right now. Based on provided search results, there was an incident involving an individual, Wilhelm von Bronson, attacked an ICE facility in Washington State. No, this is at Washington State. This was in Texas, wasn't it? Alvarado, Texas? Or am I mistaken? What the hell's going on here? You have the right facility? No, Texas. Alvarado. What is happening? All right, here we go. So this is what we have, according to Google, which I know Google sucks, so it's what I got, though. I mean, I could ask Grok in a second. Just as a police officer was shot in the neck near the Prairieland ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas on July 4, 2025. Multiple suspects were apprehended. Some were wearing body armor. Early reports suggest a group of masked individuals vandalized the vehicles. Federal law enforcement, 8 people were arrested, according to the feds. Department of Justice monitoring it. There is no direct evidence in the provided search results to definitively link Antifa to the shooting. While there have been past incidents involving individuals claiming Antifa affiliation and attacks on ICE facilities connecting this specific shooting to the group without further official confirmation would be speculative. Motive for the attack is still under investigation. So that's what I have so far. Oh, Ameriqua has something there. Okay. Let me see. Let's see what you got there. Oh, that's in the flooding. Yeah, I have a flooding story also. All right, I got that. So go back to this. We're gonna continue to read this. All right, so Trump's overwhelming support for voters for mass deportation suggests the left's NGO propaganda machine is failing to control the narrative. The optics look increasingly dire for Democrats, especially as some within their ranks openly cheerlead radical Marxism. So that's that. All right. Now we're going to jump to another story, which, in the along the lines of CBS Texas. Yeah, I got a haircut. I saw that Ameriqua CBS Texas story about the flooding. I got that pulled up. I'll put that in when I get to. I have a tab about the flooding in another spot, so I'll throw that over when I get there and get the latest on that. So here it says, for the first time since JFK's assassination nearly 62 years ago, the CIA tacitly admits Thursday that an agent specializing in psychological warfare, George Joanides, ran an operation that came into contact with Lee Harvey Oswald before the killing. So, CIA is admitting that they had people in contact with Lee Harvey Oswald prior to him killing Kennedy. Almost like he worked for the CIA or something. Yeah. Well, let's hope, unhyphenated, that it was just a matter of time before an officer died. Now Bondi will start arresting politicians. They really should. They should start arresting the politicians that are inciting this and that are in any way, shape, or form interfering. If they do anything at all to interfere with execution of federal law, they should immediately be arrested. And nobody's above the law, remember? They said that all the time. Nobody's above the law. No one's above the law. Well, nobody is above the law. So you Democrats that are screwing around, trying to interfere with federal government's enforcement of federal law, welcome to jail. Yeah, so Roger Stone, who really killed Kennedy? Oh. let's see. Let's read this story here from Axios. The CIA admits shadowy officer monitored Oswald before JFK assassination. New records reveal. Lee Harvey Oswald distributes hands-off Cuba flyers in New Orleans. This photograph was used in the Kennedy assassination investigation. A newly released CIA document indicates an agent ran an operation that came into contact with Oswald before he was accused of assassinating President Kennedy in 1963. For the first time since President Kennedy's assassination nearly 62 years ago, the CIA has tacitly admitted that an officer specializing in psychological warfare ran an operation that came into contact with Lee Harvey Oswald before the Dallas killing. Why it matters. The disclosure Thursday, nestled in a batch of 40 documents concerning Officer George Ioannidis, or something like that, I don't know, indicates the CIA lied for decades about his role in the Kennedy case before and after the assassination, according to experts on the JFK slaying. The linchpin document, a January 17, 1963 CIA memo, showed Ioannidis was directed to have an alias and fake driver's license bearing the name Howard Gebler. Until Thursday, the agency had denied that Ioannidis was known as Howard, the case officer named for the CIA contact who worked with activists from the anti-communist group to oppose the Cuban dictator Fidel Castro, called the Cuban Student Directorate. For decades, the agency also falsely said it had nothing to do with the student group, which was instrumental in having Oswald's pro-Castro stances published soon after the shooting. Bottom line, the cover story for Ioannidis is officially dead, said Jefferson Morley, an author and expert on the assassination. This is a big deal. The CIA is changing its tune on Lee Harvey Oswald. The information comes to light as part of President Trump's order that the government meet its obligations and disclose all documents under the JFK Records Act of 1992. Little was known of Ioannidis' involvement in the case until disclosures in 1998 under the Records Act. New disclosures of previously hidden records kept adding slices of information to the story. If you zoom in, Ioannidis was a deputy chief of staff, chief of the CIA's Miami branch, overseeing all aspects of political action and psychological warfare that included covertly funding and directing the Cuban student group, commonly referred to as the DRE for its Spanish language initials. On August 9, 1963, more than 3 months before the November 22nd assassination, 4 DRE operatives got into a scuffle with Oswald in New Orleans when he was passing out pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee pamphlets. The subsequent court hearing was covered by local news media. On August 21st, 1963, Oswald debated DRE activists on local TV, providing more media attention to him as a communist. After the assassination, DRE's newsletter identified Oswald as a pro-Castro communist, and the Miami Herald and Washington Post covered the story. A year before Oswald became known as pro-Castro, the Pentagon formulated a plan called Operation Northwoods to stage a false flag attack in the United States, blame Cuba, and then attack Cuba. The new documents don't shed any additional light on Kennedy's shooting or settle the controversy over whether Oswald acted alone, nor is there any evidence showing why the CIA covered up Ioannidis' ties to the DRE. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. But isn't Howard Hunt, isn't it C. Howard Hunt or something like that? If I'm not mistaken, isn't it C. Howard Hunt? CIA logic, Ioannidis is known as Howard. Meanwhile, Howard Hunt is a CIA agent. Yeah, maybe Howard Hunt's not his real name. You never really know. Like, remember, if you've ever seen the A-Team movie when it's Agent Sullivan or whatever his name was, and it's always the same agent name? All the records disclosed so far show how the CIA lied about financing or being involved with the DRE. That includes the agency's interactions with the Warren Commission in 1964, the Church Committee in 1975, the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1977-78, and the Assassination Review Board up until 1998. The intrigue is that Ioannidis did not have knowledge of Oswald before the assassination. Afterward, he played a central role in deceiving the House Select Committee on Assassinations. At the time, CIA appointed Ioannidis to be its liaison with the committee, but he and the agency hid the fact that he was involved with DRE and therefore the Kennedy case, slow-walked the CIA's production of records, and they lied. E. Howard Hunt. That's it. E. Howard Hunt. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Yeah, E. Howard Hunt. No, I didn't. When did that interview happen? Did it happen tonight? Tucker Carlson interviewed the president of Iran. Was that tonight? Or by president, not the Ayatollah, not the supreme leader, right? The committee's chief counsel, Robert Blakey, testified in 2014 that he asked Ioannidis about Howard and DRE, and that Ioannidis assured me that he could find no record of any such officer assigned to the DRE, but he would keep looking. A former committee investigator, Dan Hardaway, testified before the House Oversight Committee last month that Ioannidis was running a covert operation to undermine the congressional probe into the assassination. Say, what? The CIA was trying to undermine the congressional probe? Why would they do that? That don't make no sense. 2 years after stonewalling the committee, Ioannidis was awarded the Career Intelligence Medal by the CIA in 1981. He died in 1990. Okay. What they're saying. Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, a Florida Republican overseeing the House Committee examining the newly released JFK document, said Ioannidis was 100,000% involved in a CIA cover-up. Morley and some others who've written extensively about Kennedy's assassination believe rogue CIA agents may have been involved in the killing, but Morley's not ready to say Ioannidis was one of them. Others, such as author Gerald Posner, believed Oswald was the lone gunman, but are all in agreement that the CIA acted in bad faith after Kennedy was killed. It's vintage CIA. They never provide transparency. They don't tell the truth. They obscure. They obfuscate. And when the documents come out, they look bad. A CIA spokesman told Axios the agency has fully complied and provided all documents without redactions related to the assassination of the former president, John F. Kennedy, to NARA, consistent with President Trump's direction in an unprecedented act of transparency by the agency. What's this? Ivan says, reports are that Xi has been MIA since he made the trade agreement with Trump. Oh. Huh. Well. That would be bad news if there was some kind of military overthrow or a coup in China. That would be bad news. Morley and Luna say CIA Director John Ratcliffe and National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard deserve credit for demanding more transparency. Some so expect more records. So that's interesting. Yeah, it's crazy. Rogue CIA agents are considered a conspiracy theory when it just sure seems like that's all they ever do is go rogue and do whatever they want because they have for the greater good. Oh, no. Patrick Seven says another Russian oil tycoon accidentally fell out of a window in a strange suicide. The Russian oil tycoon was one of the top guys. He lives on the 10th floor of a high-rise, but somehow fell out of the 17th floor. Well, Charles Coast says Z is demanding they build him a deeper bunker. Yeah, they probably figured out that the bunkers that they were building, some bunkers in Iran just didn't work. So. All right. Okay. And since we were talking about the intelligence community and stuff like that, I figured we would go with this direction here with Dan Bongino, who I used to really trust, and now I don't know about Dan Bongino, but I'm still going to give him the benefit of the doubt for a little while longer. This New York Times article is precisely why hardworking Americans simply do not trust the media. The article is a poorly thought out hit piece which attempts to address the dramatic personnel changes we've made along with the enterprise-wide reorganization Director Patel and I have undertaken. Yeah, I would agree with this. They shouldn't have disclosed it. It's almost like what they did. It seems, honestly, they must have something better than these. If they disclose this, because it's kind of like what they did with the F-117s back in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and all that, when they basically exposed what the F-117s could do. because we had the B2s. And so they were fine with letting it go, I think. Hopefully. But the conclusion of the piece is so ridiculous that a child could debunk it. The authors comically assert that you are less safe because Cash and I have aggressively reformed the FBI. They provide no evidence whatsoever to back up that claim, and the reason they don't produce any evidence is because the numbers tell the opposite story. Here's a small snippet of the data points proving that the decision Director Patel and I made to refocus manpower towards fighting violent crime, combating terrorism is working. Our violent crime initiative, dubbed Summer Heat, and other initiatives around the country have the murder rate trending to be the lowest in U.S. history by a long shot. Summer Heat is coming to a city or town near you as soon as we can assist your community in removal criminal predators of the streets. And yeah, I wondered about that too, Charles. He was part of the Obama administration, sort of. He worked under the Obama administration. Why didn't he say what he saw? I don't know. Our emphasis on violent crime has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. There's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. We've rescued over 100 children from being preyed on while arresting 825 violent child predators and 140 human traffickers. Really? Because the CCP just unveiled its new graphite bomb. It opens up and drops a bunch of submunitions that explode into graphite dust. It's made to take out an electrical substation. Pretty advanced. Yeah, that would probably take out transmission lines and everything. That would just take out everything. It would basically fry a whole substation. Everything would just explode. But I mean, you could drop that if it blows up over, high tension power lines, like the high voltage power lines. You could take out, power to an entire city. Yeah, grid killers, definitely. Well, it's either that or use an EMP, but that would be worse, I think. But who knows? Yeah, I thought we had similar ones, but I think the ones we had were using aluminum, or either aluminum powder or aluminum. Anyway, maybe I'm not supposed to reveal that. Our agents locked up 51 foreign intelligence officers for spying and smuggling dangerous substances into our country. In conjunction with our federal partners, we apprehended, imprisoned, and deported over 18,000 illegal aliens. Many of these illegal aliens had violent criminal histories. As a result, last month, again, 0 illegals were admitted into the country. The same partners arrested nearly 800 rioters for attempting to stop enforcement operations. We seized 44,000 kilos of cocaine. Damn, someone canceled Christmas. 3,500 kilos of meth and 1,210 kilos of fentanyl in just the last few months. This is a 22% increase from the same time period last year. In addition, we locked up one of the most dangerous gang leaders in the country, and we dismantled gang operations in nearly every corner of the country, including the largest TDA gang takedown ever. We locked up 3 of the top 10 most wanted FBI targets, and we're closing in on another. I'd like to talk more about some of the incredible work being done by our counterterror teams, but the information, as you would imagine, is classified, but I promise you, it's happening. And finally, we're closing in on more disclosures and fixing past wrongs to personnel. We're making sure this is done correctly, but it's absolutely getting done. Notice how the New York Times admits these data points to tell a story, not the story. And even though it's an opinion piece, they should at least attempt to insert reality into it. God bless America and those who defend her. Dan Bongino shows the story here. And then Dodge AI says, the media's obsession with flawed FBI data ignores reality. The National Crime Victimization Survey we call our soft bombs. It uses fine particulates of carbon filament, and the older ones use aluminum, but last time we used them was against Saddam Hussein. Yeah, I thought we used them in desert. Never mind. The The National Crime Victimization Survey shows violent crime spiked 42% in 2022, the largest one-year jump ever recorded, while bureaucrats downgraded felonies to misdemeanors in cities like New York and Chicago. When 31% of police departments don't report data and the Soros-backed DAs manipulate charges, the low crime narrative collapses. That's something I'd like everyone to just think about for a second. They keep talking about how that immigrants commit less crime than natural-born Americans. Well, how would they know that when cities like New York, Chicago, LA, all over the West Coast are barred from asking immigration status when they make an arrest? So they don't know the person's immigration status when they arrest them because they can't ask. The police are barred from asking. So to say that somehow they know that immigrants commit less crimes than natural-born Americans, native-born Americans, I find that laughable. When 31% of police departments don't report data, source-backed engagement, the low crime narrative collapses. Director Patel, 14,000 violent criminal arrests and historic fentanyl seizures prove enforcement works. The real story: media outlets protect a broken system by cherry-picking stats while ignoring how progressive policies fuel lawlessness. Accountability terrifies them, results don't. That's right. That's right. On the same thing, this is a Shipwreck Crew, who's a good follow on X. If you guys haven't followed, it says, I encourage everyone to read this. When you do, understand that this is about the most moronic announcement of a resignation letter I've ever seen, going back 34 years, in the DOJ officially and unofficially maintained through others. This guy makes himself sound so important when, in fact, his description of his responsibility is pretty ordinary for an ASAC, an assistant special agent in charge. And promotions from ASAC are far from guaranteed. There are far more ASACs, GS-15s, than there are spots for them to promote into the next level up. Many ASACs get the news this guy got every year. There won't be another promotion because he's got it. He's not going to make SAC in a field office or the equivalent at FBI HQ, division chiefs. Just like the military, lots of officers make captain, fewer make major, and even fewer make lieutenant colonel. So Michael Feinberg, maybe you were really just the legend you describe in your own mind. Get over yourself. Yeah, so let's read this clown's letter here. Goodbye to all that. Written Thursday, July 3rd. My resignation from the FBI. Oh, wow. On May 31st of this year, in a series of phone calls, beginning at 9 in the morning and ending that afternoon, the newly installed special agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Norfolk Field Office, Dominique Evans, made clear to me that, at the direction of Dan Bongino, my career with the organization had, for all intents and purposes, come to an end. Oh well. It would be an understatement to say that I had not expected this. In fact, I was in the midst of preparing for a potential move to Washington, D.C. to take on a new position at FBI headquarters. But it turned out I had made a terrible mistake. I had remained friends with someone who had appeared on Kash Patel's enemy list. How did Dan Bongino find out about this private friendship? Honestly, I don't know. What business was it of his? None at all. Was I accused of any sort of misconduct? No, it didn't matter. I faced a choice: get demoted or resign. I became the latest of a great many senior FBI special agents to walk out the door. Oh well. Just like Christopher Wray or James Comey, traitors and not honorable people. The specifics of my experience may be unique. Details often are. But the broad strokes of the story have become unfortunately common in recent months. As more and more special agents are driven out of the Bureau on mere suspicion of political unreliability, these developments should be concerning to all Americans. In the past 6 months, the FBI, and for that matter, the Department of Justice and intelligence community as a whole, have been forcing out a wide range of experienced personnel needed to protect our nation. Well, I'd take the needed to protect our nation out of it, because obviously you haven't been doing your job to protect our nation with all this crap going on. And obviously there's a whole bunch of people who should be fired at the FBI and CIA because they weren't doing their jobs. They were too busy worrying about politics. So, yeah. Patrick Seven says, what do you think was in the envelope they gave Dan Bongino when he took the position to get him to turn tail so fast? He was playing a good game leading up to it. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, the sinister thing to think was like a picture of his kids or something like that, or but who knows? You know? Under Patel and Bongino's subject matter expertise and operational competence are readily sacrificed for ideological purity and the ceaseless politicization of our workforce. At the time of simultaneous wars across the globe and a return to great power competition, this makes us all less safe. I feel pretty safe. On Saturday morning that I received the first phone call from my SAC, I had been working at the Norfolk field office as the assistant special agent in charge for its national security and intelligence program for roughly 3 months at the beginning of the current administration. So was in the job for 3 months, and he thinks he should have got a promotion. I'd actually been serving as the acting SAC, overseeing every aspect of the field's office operation. Before my tenure there, I'd also been an agent in the Los Angeles field office and a program manager and subsequently a unit chief for the counterintelligence division at the J. Edgar Hoover building. So far, everything he said tells me he should have been fired. Immediately before my sojourn in the Southern Virginia, I had served as a field supervisor over a counterintelligence squad in the Washington field office. Still think he should have been fired. Ironically, some of the greatest successes of the first Trump administration's efforts against the People's Republic of China's intelligence service and their proxies occurred under my leadership. Oh, so now he's taking credit for everything. He's just, if it wasn't for him, our country would collapse. He says, I was the principal investigative architect of the indictment of Huawei Technologies. And the unit I oversaw at FBI headquarters contributed to the FCC's decision to bar China Mobile a license to operate in the United States. He supervised a case against the Zoom executive who assisted China's Ministry of Public Security in a campaign against the Chinese political dissidents in the United States. All in all, he played a key role in many cases pursued under the administration's China Initiative. He's aware that the China Initiative became controversial for political reasons that the Biden administration formally ended it. So why didn't he say anything if he was this patriot when Biden was ending these initiatives that he thinks were so great? Maybe that's why he had to go, because he didn't do his job when he was supposed to. His job would have been to push back and say no. In short, he was a apolitical civil servant, doesn't sound like it, protecting the United States against its most salient near-peer threat. Indeed, a cursory look at his FBI background would reveal that far from being some sort of leftist deep state operative, really, I think maybe you might be doth lady protest too much. His personal beliefs generally lean right. Lean right. Well, guess what? We don't want any generally lean right leftists, because that's what leftists say, is that someone who actually leans right is far right. So for you to say you lean right, what you really mean is that you're not quite a communist. You're just a socialist. He was the vice president of his law school's most conservative organization. What would that be? And his first clerkship was with a libertarian public interest firm. Well, the Koch Institute, maybe? Koch brothers? By the time of this year's inauguration, he'd been comfortably ensconced in the Norfolk field office for approximately 14 months. See, that's the problem. These people think when they work for the government that they're comfortably ensconced, that they have, that they can't lose their job, that they're just entitled to that job, that it's a job, that the government is a jobs program. It's not. You have to everyone has to earn their keep. He managed the Bureau's local counterintelligence and counterterrorism programs, confidential human source recruitment, and all of the office's intelligence analysis and production. Those operational responsibilities all fell under him on the organizational chart, but as one of only 2 ASACs in a relatively small office, he also regularly served as an on-scene commander for SWAT and a special agent bomb technician deployments. Oh, so maybe this guy's sins was that he was part of the SWAT raids on J6ers. If that's the case, sorry, got to go. And disciplinary issues on a near daily basis. When the new administration first executive orders and Attorney General memorandums began flooding their inboxes in late January and early February, they were serving as acting SAC, and the previous incumbent having been promoted to be assistant director. The tenor in the organization changed as the government took on new priorities and initiatives in a fashion that did not comfort most onboard personnel. Probationary employees, many of whom only recently earned their badges, called me frequently or came to their office to panic about would they tell their families if they were fired by the FBI. In the early days, assisting immigration enforcement efforts made some veteran agents nervous, as it was not a government priority to which our agency traditionally contributed bodies or resources, and involved scaling a steep learning curve. But But he reminded everyone at the first office meeting they held were the executive branch employees, and as long as an order or initiative was not illegal, they were duty bound to act upon it. Constant reassurances from headquarters that our probationary agents would not lose their jobs gradually applied some salve to the worries. But they found our battle rhythm for contributing to the mission of immigration and customs enforcement and enforcement approval operations. The establishment of new government-wide task forces was never an easy lift, and helping the efforts designed to discourage immigration requirement getting caught up to speed and some unfamiliar legal standards, tactics, and techniques and procedures, but he enjoyed a solid, friendly relationship with the local Homeland Security investigative executive. And in spite of the fact that their area of responsibility was not home to a significant population of undocumented immigrants, really, how would you know? They felt they were able to help advance the president's priorities. This is not to say that they did not have misgivings about some new efforts. Many of us worried about other investigative priorities being impeded or ignored as the opportunity cost to shift their focus, and the larger climate in the Bureau was undeniably toxic. So he's saying the climate in the Bureau was undeniably toxic, so maybe that's why, because if you think enforcing the law is toxic, maybe you should go. Senior executives were being forced out. Leadership was taking on investigations that were clearly political in character. What investigations would that be that were political in character? The investigations against Biden? I mean, against Trump that Biden did? Because you didn't complain about those. You were fine with those, right? They were turning over the names of agents who worked on January 6 cases to the Justice Department for who knows what reasons. Because they violated people's rights. They violated the Constitution. That's why. The initial panic had certainly settled down. By the time spring came to Southern Virginia, the majority of the Norfolk field office felt they were in a relatively good space. All that changed when he received a phone call from his boss. She wanted to know if I was friends with Peter Strzok. Oh, if you're friends with Peter Strzok, buddy, you got to go. Were you communicating with them? Is that what it was? So there you go. The guy that said they were going to get Trump, and they're basically the traitor. He staged a coup with his girlfriend. Prior to that day, he never faced any sort of disciplinary review or investigation. To be clear, he was not accused of violating a rule or regulation at the time. In cases that fall short of industry standards, only supposed sin was a long-standing friendship with an individual who appeared on Kash Patel's enemy list. I'm going to tell you right now, buddy, Peter Strzok is on America's enemies list. He's an enemy to America. Yet rules turned out to not matter. And so that weekend, Bongino informed his SAC, who in turn informed me that he was halting and actually reversing my professional advancement. Oh, well. He's not going to rehash or relitigate Pete's story. It's been told ably and comprehensively by others, not least by himself. I'll simply note that we worked together in the FBI's counterintelligence division roughly a decade ago, and we shared a number of mutual acquaintances before we ever met, the counterintelligence world not being so large. And our friendship began with a discovery that we liked the same bands and shared, whatever, man. Most of our conversations since he left the Bureau have involved debating the relative merits of the New Order versus Joy Division. And the fact that I sang along to Every Day is Like Sunday, Morrissey, whatever. Yet, under Bongino's reign, it was apparently enough. My SAC informed me in a moment she described as brutally honest that I would not be receiving any promotion. In fact, I needed to prepare myself for the likelihood of being demoted. She gave me no details about what position or office I'd be sent to once my time as a leader prematurely concluded. This guy is lucky he's not going to jail, because he probably was communicating with them and was probably involved with Strzok and Page. Furthermore, she told me I would be asked to submit to a polygraph exam probing the nature of my friendship with Pete. Okay, that's part of working for the FBI or CIA. You have to submit to polygraphs. You don't like it, don't work there. He was quietly informed by another friendlier senior employee that can only be described as a latter-day struggle session. I'd be expected to grovel, beg for forgiveness, and pledge loyalty as part of the FBI's cultural revolution brought up. No, you weren't. They were going to find out if you were talking to them. That's it. What was going on? And if you were part, they're trying to weed out the turds in the punch bowl. Yeah. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? This guy, he wants his stapler. I want my stapler. Where's my stapler? When his SAC revealed the concern about his friendship with Pete, he keeps calling him Pete, his buddy Pete. And it's eminent consequences. I knew I could no longer stay with the Bureau. Yeah, I bet you he left before he took the polygraph. How much you want to bet? That's why he left, because he knew the polygraph, they were going to bust his ass. So he said, I got to go. within 24 hours, he had his final phone call and he resigned 5 years short of eligibility for retirement and a pension. I sent the following letter. I write to tender my resignation from the FBI effective immediately. In a series of phone calls, so he says something. I was informed I should expect a polygraph, and so I knew I had to retire, get out of here before I got polygraphed, and my traitor and treason and seditious behavior was exposed. Should go without saying that anyone who cares about the Constitution and rule of law should know that I'm a traitor and I should be hung from the yardarm. God, I can't believe he's saying all this stuff. Fidelity, bravery, and integrity are words that I forgot and I never repeated. So, oh my God, this guy's he's just spilling his guts here. This is crazy. I can't believe this. Wow. Him and his wife cry each other as his wife, as he sits in the cuck chair and watches his wife with Peter Strzok. Man, this is terrible. Why would he put this in the letter? It was been an honor of a lifetime to betray the American people and the Constitution. That's terrible. The English poet Robert Gates, from whom he pilfered the title of the piece. So he's a plagiarist too? I can't believe this guy's a plagiarist, a cuck. Oh man, and a traitor, and he hangs out with Peter Strzok. What do you know? That's just terrible. Well, I can't say I feel sorry for this guy, but he just keeps going and going and going. Oh, that's terrible. Wow. So then now we'll get into this this FBI, this New York Times hit piece on the FBI, which which I'm sure more than likely the reason I did that, guy, is because more than likely the anonymous source for this New York Times hit piece is that guy who wrote that piece and wrote that resignation letter. That's why. Trump's politicized FBI has made Americans less safe. Only 11 days after President Trump was inaugurated for a second term, his administration began a purge at the FBI that now threatens some of the Bureau's most important missions. His appointees ousted 8 of its most experienced managers, including the division heads overseeing national security, cybersecurity, and criminal investigations. Several had worked on prosecutions of January 6th rioters. Wow. Well, I'm going to say several of them had persecuted January 6th patriots who were simply protesting, asking for a redress of grievances with their government, who were unlawfully and illegally and unconstitutionally targeted by a corrupt, bureaucratic, deep state system. See how that works? I can say it like that. Emil Bove, then acting Deputy Attorney General, said he could not be trusted to carry out the president's agenda. That was the beginning. Over the past 5 months, many FBI agents, including other top managers and national security experts, have been fired, pressured to leave, or transferred to lesser roles. Or they resigned, like the guy who was probably because they didn't want to take polygraph tests. Just saying. Just saying. Hundreds have resigned of their own will, unwilling to follow the demands of the Trump administration. You mean unwilling to follow the dictates of the President of the United States, the leader of the executive branch, who all power flows through and from? The FBI has no power except for the President's power. Patrick Seven says, besides our mutual friend who was dealing with J6 stuff, I have another friend I got tied up and it was just only on the lawn as a designated protest area, and he sat in jail for 8 months. Yeah, I saw quite a few people that happened to, that got screwed with, that never went inside. I personally think that the people that prosecuted the lawyers that prosecuted those cases really need to get looked at for possible prosecution themselves. Because, sure seems like somebody broke the law. All the hidden evidence, all the stuff they buried to keep, Yeah, Marjorie Smith, there was probably 12 to 24 people who assaulted cops. Those people should have been prosecuted, and they were. But the fact that 1,500 people were prosecuted and sat in jail for years because a couple dozen people were violent, how would the people how would it be if everybody that was involved in the protests in LA that happened, the hundreds of people that were just there protesting, carrying signs, if all those people got arrested because those other people threw rocks at the cops? Would that be justice? Would that be fair? No. know. That was just the beginning. Over the past 5 months, many FBI agents, including other top managers and national security experts, have been fired, pressured to leave, or transferred to lesser roles. Hundreds have resigned of their own will, unwilling to follow the demands. The absence has left a vacuum in divisions supposed to protect the public. These losses have obliterated decades of experience in national security and criminal matters at the FBI. Well, the FBI has a deep, storied history of keeping blackmail files on people and blackmailing people and entrapping people. I mean, how many poor, mentally deficient Islamic people were entrapped by the government because the FBI sent a human source into a mosque and basically talked some guy into planting a fake bomb that the FBI gave him. Mm-hmm. How many people? I mean, there was a shooting in Garland, Texas, at the Draw Muhammad thing. That the shooter, it was the FBI. Said the FBI did it. The FBI pushed the guy to do it, and then basically never told anybody that this was happening. And the guy got away from him, and the whole thing was buried. And people almost, luckily the Texas police were able to handle the situation. But the FBI has a history. I'll just, I'm going to just say the Governor Whitmer Fednapping hoax. Need I say more? Mr. Trump's playbook for the FBI is plain to see. He is turning it into an enforcement agency for MAGA priorities. Why wouldn't the FBI be about making America great again? Be about America first? Why wouldn't it be? Why would that be a bad thing? Should the FBI be in making Canada great? He's chasing out agents who might refuse to play along with following the Constitution and doing what's right for the country. Wow. He is seeking to remove the threat of investigation for his friends and allies. No, I don't think he's done that. And he's trying to install fear into his critics and political opponents. I think he's saying that he's going to, any of the people who broke the law, any of the people who unlegally targeted people for political reasons, that they're going to be targeted. Yeah. Among many efforts to weaken American democracy and amass more power for himself. These people with the American democracy, they're the ones destroying democracy. They tried to remove him from the ballot. Somehow, somebody took 2 shots at him. They tried to imprison him. The FBI planted evidence, like fake evidence, fake, top secret fold, did all this weird stuff and took pictures and staged it and at a raid on his house with documents that he had every right to have. So, yeah. These developments should unsettle all Americans, regardless of party. As one former Justice Department official told the NBC News, the decimation, this is probably the guy that wrote that letter speaking, the decimation of the Bureau's senior ranks and left it completely unprepared to respond to a crisis, including the fallout from the current conflict in the Middle East. I think we're doing pretty good. I haven't seen anything happen. Mr. Trump's politicization of the FBI has left it less able to combat terrorism, foreign espionage. Yeah, you know what? I'll just say, the FBI has a flawed history, of course. J. Edgar Hoover abused his power at the Bureau's director for decades. Yeah, that's right. Richard Nixon used to conduct surveillance on political opponents. Well, see, why'd you skip over the fact that LBJ used the FBI to spy on Richard Nixon? Why'd you leave that part out? That the FBI, yet after the Watergate scandal forced Mr. Nixon's resignation. Yeah, the Watergate scandal, which was a government op. It was a CIA and FBI op to take down Nixon. Like the rest of the Justice Department reformed itself to become more independent from the president. There is no such thing as an independent agency. If it's in the executive branch, it's subservient to the president. All power comes from the president. The attorney general works for the president. All power comes from the president. Sorry. Every president since the 1970s has at times chafed against the independence, wishing that the Justice Department would be more loyal to the White House's political interests. Yeah. Like, what was that guy's name? Eric Holder, who said he's the president's wingman. Remember? Yeah, but those presidents like Gerald Ford to Joe Biden largely respected the Bureau's autonomy. Really, yeah. They respected the Bureau's autonomy. That's why Obama and Biden had the FBI and them target Trump before he was elected. Yeah, that's why Biden had the FBI and all them go after Trump. The entire 4 years Biden was in office, they were trying to get Trump, get all Trump's people. Anybody who worked with Trump, go after all his people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's possible. Maybe it's true. It's just Patrick Simpson. He's not convinced that Herman Goering and J. Edgar Hoover aren't the same person. They both like to wear women's clothes. It's possible. It's possible. Mr. Trump's taking a radically different approach. He's made clear that he considers the FBI priority to be loyalty, considered a signal scandal from the spring. Senior officials disclosed sensitive information in Gloop chat, and other administrations the FBI probably would have investigated. Why would the FBI investigate? No, the FBI doesn't investigate. No, it's not what the FBI does. He chose a director, Kash Patel, whose main qualification is an unquestioning feeling of Mr. Trump. No, Kash Patel was at work. It took down terrorists. He was a prosecutor in the Department of Justice. No, that's a lie. Yeah. 2020, Patel's children's book, The Plot Against the King, in which a wizard named Kash saves the day by exposing a conspiracy against King Donald. The next year, Kash Patel published a book titled Government Gangsters. Yeah. It's a great book. I suggest that anybody who hasn't read it should really read Government Gangsters. It's excellent. You know what? If you got little kids, The Plot Against the King is an awesome book for your kids. Yeah, there's huge parallels between Nixon and Trump. Huge parallels. They took down Nixon because Nixon won 49 states. Nixon was probably, I think, the most popular elected president in the history of the country. And they took him down because he was looking into the Kennedy stuff and because he wouldn't do what they wanted. He was doing what he wanted. He dismantled key operations and reshaped the Bureau into an instrument of Mr. Trump's political will. Well, that's what happens when you win. You use the power. That's what Biden did. Mr. Trump spent years basically accusing the FBI and the Justice Department of being weaponized against him. Holy crap, they're actually going to say the Justice Department was not weaponized against Trump? Seriously? Seriously. They sent agents from the feds to go work with Alvin Bragg and to work with Fani Willis and to work with all these other people to use them. It says Mr. Patel and his agents dig through documents searching for evidence to support one of Trump and online right's favorite conspiracy theories that China somehow helped manipulate the results of the 2020 election. That was a fact that Christopher Wray covered up. That's the facts, Jack. I hate to break it to you. The story about the 20,000 or 50,000 driver's licenses, that happened. That happened. Now you're trying to say it doesn't prove anything. Well, whatever. Among the people whom Patel has scapegoated are agents he now oversees, which damage the Bureau's morale and its effectiveness. Before taking office, he called the Bureau an existential threat to the Republican form of government. He has described its employees as political jackals who tried to suffocate the truth in order to rig the 2020 election for Biden. Sounds right to me. Patel has promoted theories that the FBI paid Twitter to censor conservatives. I don't know if they did. The Twitter files came out. Did you not read the Twitter files? And use confidential informants to stir up the January 6th rioters. That came out, the facts came out to support it. Holy shit. So this is just ridiculous. Several of the Bureau's most experienced managers have been driven out. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Mr. Trump's supporters accuse him of denying religious exemptions for the COVID vaccine. That's true. Yeah, here's Mr. Feinberg, a longtime counter. So yeah, Feinberg is the guy. See, that's the guy who had the other story. So we're not even going to read anymore. This is just crap from the New York Times. So we're just going to say, in an effort as part of the government to meet Mr. Trump's arbitrary quota of 3,000 arrests a day, they have cannibalized field offices to create immigration squads. Good. One former agent told us in an interview they're taking highly trained agents, many of with advanced degrees and military experience, and using them for perimeter security at ICE roundups. Oh, well, that means fewer people working to prevent foreign influence or public corruption. Well, you know what? If the feds stopped entrapping people, because that's pretty much what the FBI, it should be the Federal Bureau of Entrapment. That's basically what they do. Oh, anyway, I'm done with this story. But let's go on to another lunatic. Says Michael McFaul, the lunatic. Meet Michael McFaul, who wears many hats, but is perhaps most famous for being Obama's ambassador to Russia from 2011 to 2014. Yeah, this is all true. It says Biden told a voter who wanted the help with campaigning in 20, we got it covered. We'll need your help in implementing our policies after the election. Clinton said, don't concede under any circumstances. Yeah, I career ideologue turned diplomat, McFaul spent decades preaching regime change from the safety of academia and NGOs, all while making insane statements he had to repeatedly apologize for, and having a good dose of Trump derangement syndrome. This is the story of how democracy promoter helped set fire to U.S.-Russia relations. Patience as I pull together the thread in real time. This is the clown.
One of the Russian journalists said, there's one difference between Hitler when he was coming in and Putin. Hitler didn't kill ethnic Germans. He didn't kill German-speaking people. That's I think people need to remember that when we're talking about cities like Kharkiv and Mariupol and Kiev, there are large populations there, up to a third and sometimes as much to a half that are Russian speakers and are ethnic Russians. And yet Putin doesn't seem to care about that. He slaughters the very people he said he is. One of the Russian journalists said, there's one difference.
All right. You can hate Vladimir Putin all you want. He's an evil man. But I think he's... Steve Gosney lost his job. What? Steve Gosney lost his job? Oh. Yeah, Hitler used race, not color. Vladimir Putin, from everything I've seen, and maybe I'm wrong, but all the stuff I've seen, he has tried to not kill as many, civilians. He hasn't purposely targeted, blanket bomb civilian locations, has he? I mean, I haven't seen that. I mean, if he really wanted to kill as many people as possible, he could always put a tactical nuke into Kiev, and that would be the end of the war, and he hasn't done that. So I don't know, Remember how I made the point that activists are discovered in college and trained from early on? McFaul was no exception. He was sent to the Soviet Union by several NGOs during his university years, where he also volunteered for the National Democratic Union Institute, one of the deep state NGOs. He was never a neutral party in any sense. He was groomed to be an activist early on. Says it right here. Soon enough, he got his wish in the form of Mikhail Gorbachev, Glasnost, Perestroika, and the overthrow of the Soviet system via popular protest led by Boris Yeltsin. McFaul had a ringside seat to all of this as a grad student in international relations and a Fulbright scholar in Moscow in 1990 and 1991. Where he ended up volunteering for the National Democratic Institute, the NDI, and conducting seminars to train Russia's earnest young would-be Democrats. He even met a young Vladimir Putin in this period. To paraphrase Martin Luther King Jr., the arc of the Russian history was at last bending toward justice, freedom, and democracy, he writes. That put the KGB on the wrong side of history. Putin's only chance to survive was to join the Democrats, or so I believed at the time. After the Soviet Union finally collapsed, McFaul opened NDI's Moscow office. We were not meddling in Russia's internal affairs, but invited guests of the Russian government, he reassured us. Yeah, I thought Hitler killed a lot of his own people, German-speaking people, too. I didn't believe that. Marjorie says she knows for a fact the Georgia election was erged, and the ones who helped erg it sued Rudy Giuliani and run their case. Yeah, there's been a lot of these weird... you're talking about his job from the Florida, when he was worked for the appellate division for the public defender's office. Yeah, I think he's doing civil work now. In fact, McFaul openly wrote of regime change from his college years and bragged about training Democratic activists within the Soviet Union. And yes, this was done with partial federal dollars. So for anyone who has studied, it says, anyone who studied the former Soviet Union, there's something heartbreaking about McFaul's ideology. The future ambassador's undergraduate years perfectly aligned with Ronald Reagan's first term. It was a scary time, McFaul recalls. The Cold War seemed like it could become hot. I wanted to do something about it. Thus began a lifelong commitment to building U.S.-Russia ties and reducing the risk of nuclear war. So this guy is talking about he's violating the Hatch Act by he's over there trying to do his own foreign policy. Huh. Not the Hatch Act. I'm sorry. Is it the Hatch? No. Is it the Hatch Act? No. Maybe it is. I don't know. Thus became He traveled to Leningrad and now St. Petersburg to study Russia and fell in love with the country. In 1985, he returned and discovered that Soviet communism is bad, actually. I no longer believe the engagement between our two countries was enough, he writes. I started to consider an alternative theory. Only democratic change inside the Soviet Union would allow our two governments and our two societies to come closer together. McFall's mission in the Soviet Union was not cultural exchange. These scholarships never are. It was to train dissidents in the Soviet Union. Empires, when they collapse, is not a pretty time, says Lippmann. Not for France, not for Britain, and not for the Soviet Union. During that collapse, McFall was a young researcher, regularly in and out of the Soviet Union. You should have seen him when I met him in the early 90s, Lippmann says. He was part and parcel of all development here. He knew everyone. He knew politicians. He knew Russian Democrats. He was a member of every meeting. He was everybody's friend. He was right at the center of it. Well, I want to thank, we've been going an hour and a half, and I just want to remind everybody, if you haven't, please hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe and hit the bell to get notifications. We do have a goal tonight of 15 super chats of any color, any super chat, any color, anything at all. We've only gotten 3 out of the 15. If you enjoy the show and want it to continue longer than 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, please think about maybe donating $2 or something. But other than that, we're going to keep going here. And who are those influential NGOs? He credits CIEE, ACTR, and Fulbright. All 3 NGOs administer scholarships on behalf of the U.S. Department of State. Ambassador Mike McFall returned to Russia as a language student as the Pushkin Institute, sponsored by the American Council for Teachers of Russian, known as American Councils. 3 years later, he returned to Moscow, this time as an exchange student, but as a U.S. ambassador to the Russian Federation. Wow. The Council on International Education Exchange, yeah, he worked there. It says he's American Councils, he worked there, and the Fulbright. All these things he did. That's crazy. That's crazy. In a Russian outlet, McFall even describes himself as an expert on revolutions and democracy. In a conversation with a Slan.ru columnist, McFall said, most experts on Russia are diplomats, security experts, arms control experts, or Russian cultural experts. I am neither. I cannot recite Pushkin by heart. I am an expert on democracy, anti-dictatorship movements, revolutions. When I came to the Union in 89, I found myself at a time of such a movement. While I lived in Moscow in 1991 and became very close to Russian Democrats, it was perhaps the best time of my life. Wow. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, look at that. Patrick 7. Oh, Patrick 7 with $5 says, I got you, buddy. And then Hank comes in with a gifted membership. Thank you. Yeah, McFall was ambassador to Russia during the 2014 revolution. The 2014 Ukraine revolution. McFall openly wrote that the United States worked with NGOs, including Soros, meddled with Ukraine in the Orange Revolution. He denied that, but then admits that NDI and IRI trained the political parties. So he was part of the Maidan Putsch. Trained political parties that would go on to join the Yushchenko coalition. If you would have been following me, you would know that training is often used as a backdoor financing. So yeah, I will take that as a confession that the U.S. was involved in backing the Orange Revolution, even if he refuses to frame it in those words. Yeah, so it says, meddling in Ukraine, democracy is not an American plot. Not all observers in Ukraine's Orange Revolution are pleased. Instead of democracy's advance, some see U.S. orchestrated conspiracy to undermine Ukrainian sovereignty, weaken Russia's sphere of influence, and expand Washington's imperial reach. However, others point to the combination of a weak, divided, and corrupt regime and a united, mobilized, highly motivated opposition. By Mike McFall. What do you know? Yeah, he said Soros-funded International Research Foundation did the same thing. So he works with Soros. He says, did America's meddle in affairs in Ukraine? Yes. The American agents of influence would prefer different languages to describe their activities. Democratic assistance, democracy promotion, civil society, etc. But the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, who thank God got shut down, National Endowment for Democracy, and a few other foundations sponsored by certain U.S. organizations, including the Freedom House, the International Republican Institute, the National Democratic Institute, the Solidarity Institute, the Eurasian Foundation, Internews, and several others, provide small grants and technical assistance to Ukrainian civil society, the European Union, individual European countries, and the Soros-funded International Renaissance Foundation. And so our damn government's funding all this stuff. And yes, he is a Ukrainian fanatic. His Independence Day post yesterday was addressed to Ukraine. He's a hardliner for the restoration of pre-2014 borders and views the only path to peace as Ukraine joining NATO. That's just nuts. Yeah. See, our Independence Day, I'm thinking of all our friends in Ukraine fighting for independence. It says Putin gave back Crimea and withdrew his forces from Donbass. That would be the end of the war. This guy's a psychopath. McFaul has admitted to U.S. foreign policy being frequently wrong, but blames it on not being data-driven, lack of self-awareness. Yeah, and it does that in Rumble. If you gift subs or memberships in Rumble chat, it only applies to the people that are actually in the Rumble chat. But for whatever reason, YouTube does it to anyone who's a subscriber. I don't know why. McFall, David, that's a fantastic question. I don't have a great answer. I would say a couple of things, though. I'm an academic. I'm a political scientist. We have our models about how to make comparisons to different wars or different revolutions. I would say we're pretty bad at predicting the future. By the way, I've worked 5 years in government. I would say the same thing about the CIA. They were not very good at either. But what I did notice in the government was that a lot of methods, right? Quantitative methods, game theory experiments, and use the social sciences. And that was struck by in the government that nobody uses those methods. They all use historical analogy. To your point, that's the currency of the realm. And you wonder why. Well, it's because that's what they know. They weren't trained in those other methods. Oh, Mr. K, thank you very much. I'm usually broke, but accord $5 to chuck into the pot. Well, thank you very much, Mr. K. It's greatly appreciated. You're a good man. Oh, and now we had another 10 from Gail Evoy. Thank you, Gail. You're very generous. And that's Rosanna Dana. Isn't that Rosanna Dana on your profile pic from Saturday Night Live fame? She was very good. He's a frequent contributor to the NED's Journal of Democracy. You can see his articles here. McFaul seemingly contradicts himself in his writings. Let me give you an example. Famously, Putin justified his invasion of Ukraine as being driven by the West NATO expansion. But McFaul dismisses that Putin is afraid of democracy and uses a 2000 quote from Putin to justify that. As NATO expands to the east with every passing year, the situation for our country is getting worse and more dangerous. Moreover, in recent days, the leadership of NATO has been openly talking about the need to speed up, force the advancement of the alliance's infrastructure to the borders of Russia. In other words, they're doubling down on their position. We can no longer just watch what is happening. It would be absolutely irresponsible on our part. Further expansion of the NATO infrastructure and the beginning of the military development in Ukraine's territories are unacceptable for us. The problem, of course, is not NATO itself. It is only an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The problem is that in the territories adjacent to us, territories that were historically ours, I emphasize an anti-Russian hostile to us is being created, placed under the full external control. It is intensely settled by the armed forces of NATO countries and supplied with the most modern weapons. Yeah. This reality hides the second flaw because the primary threat to Putin and his autocratic regime is democracy, not NATO. That perceived threat would not magically disappear with the moratorium on NATO expansion. Putin would not stop seeking to undermine democracy. Whatever. But NATO is far from merely a military alliance. Yeah. McFaul outright calls it an engine of democracy's advance and reaffirms Soros' mission that NATO's new purpose is democracy expansion. And it's the same article he says that Putin's priority is to stop NATO expansion. I thought NATO was strictly supposed to be a defensive treaty, a defensive organization. So it seems like going on the offensive is the opposite. NATO is more than democracy's best defense. Expanding democracy after the Cold War, expanding democracy. So if NATO After the Warsaw Pact dissolved and the Soviet Union imploded, some policymakers argued that NATO was no longer necessary since the security threat from Europe from the East had disappeared. Some scholars also predicted that without the Soviet threat to justify the alliance, NATO would dissolve and Europe would revert to its familiar pre-World War II patterns of great power competition, plunging the continent into major war once again. Thankfully, these arguments were decisively proven wrong, as it became clear that NATO still had a vital role to play in expanding democracy to those countries recently liberated from communist rule and Soviet imperialism, consolidating a post-World War II peace in Europe that realism still struggled to explain more than 30 years later. The story would soon reveal the gravity of his mistake. A stronger Russia under an emboldened Putin successfully used military force to stop NATO expansion, first by invading and occupying part of Georgia in 2008, later by doing the same in Ukraine in 2014. Well, it kind of seems like maybe expansion is not a good idea. Because Russia naturally hated McFaul and his tenure as ambassador soured U.S.-Russia relations greatly. He called Russia a wild country as ambassador and then excused himself by saying he wasn't a professional diplomat while being ambassador to Russia. U.S. Ambassador to Russia Michael Fall, former director at Russia and Eurasia on the U.S. National Security Council, considered the architect of President Barack Obama's reset policy of improved U.S.-Russia relations, arrived in Moscow last January and almost immediately got into trouble. A number of opposition Duma deputies met with McFaul and the Deputy Secretary of State William Burns on January 17th at the U.S. Embassy. These deputies were swiftly denounced by the state-controlled TV, the ruling United Russian Party, and the flamboyant leader of the populist Nationalist Liberal Democratic Party, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, for committing treason of taking instructions from Western spies. McFaul was accused of being a specialist in orange revolutions, inspired with the opposition to undermine Vladimir Putin's regime by organizing street protests. The Duma's ethics committee censured the opposition deputies who met with McFaul. Since the ugly start of his diplomatic career, McFaul had worked hard to improve his standing. I don't know. I heard they canceled that. Was there new reporting on that? Since the ugly start of his diplomatic career, McFaul had worked hard to improve his standing with the Russian authorities, stressing Obama's strong commitment to reset while meetings with officials and interviews on a state-controlled media. McFaul complained his command of Russian was somewhat slipping after 17 years living outside of Russia and apologized for calling Russia a wild country. McFaul told journalists it was a mistake. I'm not a professional diplomat. McFaul stressed that meeting opposition leaders and parliamentarians is normal diplomatic practice. Are you talking about the Trump when he was talking to the woman from Ukraine that was asking him about her husband, that basically the plant that was put in there to try to tug on his heartstrings? Yeah, last I heard the same thing, that we weren't giving more physical weapons. That Pete canceled them. Even Washington Post euphemistically characterized his ambassadorship as dramatic. Media outlets accused him of being sent to destroy Putin and to organize the Orange Revolution. To him, supporting Trump is the same as supporting Putin. I agree. So you're endorsing Trump. He does not believe in anything you just wrote here. He openly and apologetically supports Putin. It should be unapologetically, dummy. Not Ukraine. Very confused by your sudden endorsement of a man whose policies you rightly don't support. Talking about Nikki Haley. Oh, yeah. He said, when you add all up Trump's concessions to Putin, insults to Zelensky, extortion of Ukraine, bad negotiating tactics, refusal to get a peace deal. Yeah. McFaul, Trump does not want the United States to be the leader of the free world. I do. Where do you stand? Yeah. There are no more innocent, neutral Russians anymore. Everyone has to make a choice, support or oppose this war. The only way to end this war is if 100,000, hundreds of thousands, not thousands, protests again. The senseless war. Putin can't arrest you all. McFaul examines reasons for decline in U.S.-Russian relations. Yeah, well, according to him, there are no innocent Russians. Yeah. What perhaps the least self-aware moves ever, McFaul wrote a book on how the U.S.-Russian relationship declined during his ambassadorship. He blames Russia's hatred of NGOs. So basically, Russia didn't like foreign meddling that McFaul spent decades doing, but somehow it's their fault they didn't like insurgents in their country. In fact, McFaul was such a screw up that Russia requested that Trump hand him over for questioning in exchange for Trump questioning Russian intelligence officers on the Mueller probe. Mm-hmm. The changes aren't clear, but Putin seemed to have believed that McFaul facilitated illegal financial transactions by Bill Browder. We have solid reason to believe that some intelligence officers accompanied the guided transactions, Putin continued, so we have an interest in questioning them. That could be the first step. We can extend also options abound. They can all be found in an appropriate legal framework. Afterwards, Russian prosecutors also demanded to interrogate former American ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, a harsh critic of Putin's regime, and what appeared to be another example of political intimidation. McFaul noted on Twitter that he wasn't even in Russia at the time of the case of Browder. McFaul met with George Soros and other Open Society Institute officials at the State Department meeting and was called the architect of President Obama's Russia reset. We don't know exactly what these State Department meetings were about, but it's likely related to the string of coordinated color revolutions started by USAID, State Department, Open Society Institute, and so on. Overall, McFaul never met a regime change war he didn't like. In 2003, he wrote at the Carnegie Endowment that regime change, democratic regime change, must be the objective of the Iraq War. Ugh. And if you want to know how unhinged he is, he claimed that in 2023 tweet that he was against the Iraq War. I was against the Iraq war in Iraq, and even more against the invasion of Ukraine. He's such a liar. Now it is very, very important to realize that it's not just random activist professor. This is a man who is groomed by our Department of State from college on. It's a man who fully reflects the views of those who run the Western foreign policy. Wikipedia lists him as the architect of Western-backed color revolutions with 7 stages. Yes, McFaul is a lunatic who's obsessed with war and hates Trump. But that also means our foreign policy is ran by lunatics who are obsessed with war and hate Trump. End the thread for now. Pattern of revolution. Michael McFaul identified 7 stages of successful political revolutions, commonly color revolutions. A semi-autocratic rather than fully autocratic regime. An unpopular incumbent. A united, organized opposition. An ability to quickly drive home the point that voting results were falsified. Enough independent media to inform citizens about the falsified vote. A political opposition capitalizing on mobilizing tens of thousands or more demonstrators to protest election fraud. Divisions among the regime's coercive forces. Those who say I'm being pro-Putin and posting this, you're the ones who need to read up on how and why Putin succeeded Yeltsin and the U.S. involvement leading up to that. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. False track record speaks for itself. A career bureaucrat who prioritized ideological crusades over American interests. While he lectures about democracy, his reset with Russia under Obama achieved nothing but emboldening Putin. The real issue, endless State Department bloat funding these failed experiments. Instead of regime change abroad, we need regime change at home. To fund the foreign policy establishment that burns taxpayer cash on nation-building fantasies. McFaul's NGO-driven approach left us with weaker NATO, a resurgent Russia, and zero accountability for the billions wasted. Time to audit every dollar spent on the democracy promotion slush fund and redirect that money to securing our borders, not Ukraine's. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see. Let's see here. Anything going on in the chat? The Logan Act, that's it. I'm sorry. It wasn't the Hatch Act is what the government actors do stuff they're not supposed to if they're politicking on that. The Logan Act is when someone tries to enact their own foreign policy. Yeah, Lindsey Graham wants regime change everywhere. Lindsey Graham is a nut job. Yeah, I saw that too about Lindsey. He was up front and grinning at the BBB. It made me wonder what's in there that he likes so much. So we'll have to see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, so we're almost halfway to our super chat goal, and got about 15, 20 minutes left. So let's see if we can make it. So we're going to go on to the next story, which let's see if you guys are interested in this one. This is a Oregon State Hospital, a public hospital that houses insane, psychotic, violent convicts, including murderers and rapists, has been revealed to have spent taxpayer funds to buy sex toys for inmates. Additionally, staff gave out condoms for inmates to use. This woman says, having worked there, we couldn't call them inmates. We had to call them patients. The condoms are generally not for sex between two people, but are given out so if a male wants to self-soothe, they can use the condom and keep everything contained. But believe me when I say we didn't want to accidentally touch anything that came out of them. Okay. Yeah, I feel the same way. Oh, let me look real quick into Rumble just to see what's going on over there. Logan at. Oh. Nothing going on in Rumble. Okay. The best steaks you ever had. Order from Merriweather Farms today. I wish I had an advertiser like that. Would be good. So, Oregon Hospital gives sex toys to criminal psych patients at taxpayer expense. The report found the state-run hospital dispersed 65 sex toys to patients in 2024 at the cost of $2,900, while 42 sex toys were provided to patients the year prior. 65 sex toys at a cost of $2,900. So they're about $50 each, somewhere around $50 each. It has been revealed that Oregon State Hospital, the state's highest security psychiatric facility, distributes taxpayer-funded sex toys to its patients, according to a local news investigation. The report from KGW found that the state-run hospital dispersed 65 sex toys to patients in 2024 at the cost of $2,900, while 46 sex toys were provided to patients the year earlier. Oregon State Hospital predominantly houses criminally mentally ill patients who are deemed unfit to stand trial or found guilty except for insanity on charges ranging from misdemeanors to serious violent crimes such as murder and sex offenses. Patients are able to access a wide variety of sex toys with brand names such as Throttle Shocker, Her Pocket Bullet, the Vortex. What? I don't know if I want to sit here and read out all the names of these toys. According to a 10-page catalog returned through the public records request, a hospital spokeswoman, Amber Shoebridge, told the network that these toys are paid for with public tax dollars, which range in price from $14.78 to $84.99. The need for sexual expression doesn't disappear in institutional settings, Shoebridge told KGW in a statement. Oregon State Hospital provides access to sexual aids as a way to offer patients an ethical, therapeutic, and private form alternative for lack of sexual expression. According to the report, Oregon State Hospital's sex toy policy appears to be rare, as psychiatric hospitals in other parts of the country say they were unaware of similar programs when reached for comment. I'm at a loss for words, said Tiffany Edens, a crime victims advocate and rape survivor. It's like you are going into the sex toy store. They're not appropriate for people who are in a state hospital, she said, commenting on the catalog. You're feeding into people's fantasies, people that have no business to have these types of toys, Edens said. Sexual aid policy is part of the hospital's treatment services and handled by a joint team involving occupational therapists. Patients must give their permission and are required to understand how to use the toys properly. So do they teach them how to use the toys properly? Is that what they're getting at? And they have to keep them clean. Sexual aids are checked once a month for 3 months, and patients can keep them for as long as needed, according to the report. The 2024 investigation found that the Oregon State Hospital has limited ability to protect patients from one another, with serious incidents such as sexual assaults and physical attacks going unreported. Wow. Well, yeah, if they're letting them run around and use sex toys all the time, I'm surprised there's not more attacks, because, Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's some information that might be interesting. It says, "Go woke, go broke." Jaguar went woke, and sales plummeted 97%, with customers only registering 49 new cars in a month. Yeah, that would be pretty gross, wouldn't it, Patrick? If you had to be the guard that had to inspect the toys, or do they? It said they have to know how to use them. So do they teach them how to use them? Is somebody demonstrating them? I mean, this all sounds creepy. Yeah, I don't know. It says occupational therapist. What occupation are you training for? I don't know. Maybe streetwalker. Maybe I don't know. Why did Jaguar decide to take Bud Light's path? Yeah, this was crazy, right? Jaguar sales plummet by 97%. Jaguar buyers only registered 49 vehicles compared to 1,961 the prior year. The rebrand, which shifted Jaguars toward a transgender LGBT woke customer with a new logo and DEI-focused marketing campaign. Tragic. Intentional destruction of a beloved English brand. Jaguar clearly tossed common sense out the window with this rebrand. Relying on a crystal ball or Ouija board might have predicted this 97% sales drop. Or DEI goes to die. So we have the Daily Mail. Go woke, go broke. Jaguar sales have crashed 97%. Jaguar sales have plummeted after the legendary British carmaker's woke rebrand left fans outraged. Sales of luxury motoring manufacturer appeared to be in free fall following its controversial move to scrap its iconic Growler Big Cat logo in November. Sales of the luxury motoring manufacturer appear to be in free fall following its controversial. Yeah, okay. The firm's rebrand saw it replace the well-known badge in favor of a geometric J design, which lovers of the brand rage looked like the logo on a handbag clasp. Meanwhile, a glossy ad campaign compared to the design overhaul featuring androgynous-looking men and women in exuberant clothes also came under fire. And as the firestorm surrounding the famed carmaker's change continues to rage, sales at Jaguar Europe have plunged a staggering 97.5%. Jaguar has insisted the rebrand has nothing to do with its falling sales. According to figures from the European Manufacturers Association, the company registered just 49 new vehicles in April 2025 compared to 1,961 units sold in the same month last year. Year-to-date sales from January to April slumped, dropping 75.1%, with just 2,665 motors sold. Wow. Globally, Jaguar sold just 26,862 vehicles for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, and an 85% drop compared to 2018. Sales dip followed Jaguar's repositioning away from its performance and heritage roots towards a lifestyle-focused, fashion-forward brand. Jag's big rebrand has been in development for 3 years as the company prepares to become an all-electric car manufacturer. Well, that's going to go over well, like a lead balloon. UK's 2030 target to stop selling new, purely fossil fuel cars, launched under a new slogan, Copy Nothing, an adage from company founder Sir William Lyons. The new ad featured diverse models and Technicolor outfits walking through an alien landscape. Around 800 people are believed to have worked on the rebrand. Well, that's probably part of the problem. You don't need 800 people to work on a rebrand. You just need like a couple, 2-3 people, and that's it. You get too many cooks, spoil the soup. However, the sales slump may not be catastrophic as it first seems. As part of Jaguar's refresh, the car firm intentionally stopped producing cars at the end of 2024, a move which stretched into 2025. Yeah, so that's great. A car company that just stops making cars. The manufacturer, now owned by an Indian firm, is currently seeking to bring in a new range of entirely electric vehicles, which were due to release this year. Defending the news, Jaguar said it's pointless to compare figures from 2024 and 2025 as it was seeking to move to an all-electric model and insisted the company's rebranding was not related to the sales decline. It's Jag with an F. The production of XE, XF, F-Type, I-Pace, and E-Pace all came to an end in 2024 as part of the transition. Oh my God, they got rid of the F-Type and the X-Type? That's stupid. Strategic sunset of the product range is going to plan and will allow Jaguar. That's why they got rid of all the cars that people actually liked. The XF was their sports car. That's just nuts. Let's look to this other article here. We have the same. We have the New York Post with their take on the same story. Mm-hmm. Jaguar sales cratered a shocking 98% after woke rebrand EV pivot. Jaguar sales plunged 97.5% in a botched rebrand. A luxury British automaker, registered 49 cars. Stunning decline comes after Jaguar's controversial ad last November. Jaguar's transformation towards a new portfolio of pure electric vehicles was announced as part of the reimagining strategy of 2021. Well, if you own any stock in Jaguar, I don't know what you're thinking. This is not an investment advice, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be. I think they're going to be filing for bankruptcy soon at this rate. The uproar over the woke ads was likened to the Bud Light Bazaar 2023 partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney, which led to the boycott of America's best-selling beer and severely damaged the brand. However, the collapse in sales can most likely be attributed to the delay in releasing its flagship model, a four-door GT, the EV, expected to cost around $200,000, won't be out until late 2025. Making matters worse, Bloomberg reported the company has effectively gone dormant this year as it phased out all of its gas and diesel-powered models ahead of time, leaving dealerships empty. Yeah, that was pretty stupid, wasn't it? The rest of its EVs, which were a lightning rod for President Trump's 2024 election campaign, are going to go on sale next summer at the earliest. How does a company not sell anything for over a year? They're going to go broke. I mean, they're operating on tight budgets as it was. Well, that's just stupid. I mean, when it comes to electric cars, you can't. A Tesla is their Teslas are pretty awesome. All right, let's jump to the next story. We're fast approaching the 2-hour point, just saying. Trump is right. Interest rates are way too high. The former president of the World Bank just said it. David Malpass blasted the Fed, backed Trump's call for lower rates, and warned that Powell's policies are killing jobs and wages. Here's what you need to know. The Fed has rates too high. David Malpass, July 2nd. That's not Trump talking. That's the man who ran the World Bank. He says rates should be between 0.25 and 1.75, not the current 4.25 to 4.5. Trump's been saying this for months. Trump is not alone. The data backs him up. PCE inflation is down to 2.3%, near the Fed's target. So why is the Fed fighting inflation? There are consequences. Banks aren't lending to small businesses. Manufacturing could stall. Powell admitted it himself. If not for Trump's tariffs, we'd probably be cutting rates right now. That's not monetary policy. That's just politics. He's trying to torpedo Trump. And it's the forgotten American worker who's paying the price. Malpass put it bluntly. Trump ran on higher median wages and more manufacturing jobs. You can't do that with the rates where they are. Banks don't want to lend to small businesses. All they want to do is lend to the government. That's the swamp economy. Meanwhile, Trump is demanding answers. We should be paying 1% interest or better. Trump pointed out that nations like Japan, Switzerland, Denmark, and even Cambodia have ultra-low rates. We're stuck paying more, like Gabon or Cameroon. The cost to you, trillions. We're about to refinance a third of the national debt. Every extra point of interest equals another crushing blow to you. The federal budget, family businesses, homeownership, industrial jobs, wage growth, U.S. competitiveness. Cut rates immediately. Powell says he might cut in September. Maybe, if the data lines up, if inflation cooperates, if Trump's tariffs don't scare him again, if he feels like it. This is what passes for leadership at the Fed, trying to blame Trump for a needless recession. Trump's right again. Interest rates are strangling growth. The Fed is out of touch, and the forgotten America is being sacrificed. It's time to put Main Street ahead of globalist bankers. Trump gets it, and even the former head of the World Bank agrees. Let's read a story about it. There's a couple stories. It says Trump says Powell costs U.S. $900 billion a year in interest by not cutting rates. Is he right? Yeah. Yeah, do we serve the Fed or the Fed serve us? I think you can fire him. You know, there was a story the other day about the Fed, that Jerome Powell might have lied to Congress about the remodeling going on at the Fed headquarters, at the federal building, the Fed's headquarters, whatever you want to call it, the Federal Reserve Building. Several $billion, like $3 billion in renovations. It's insanity. And that's being paid for by taxpayers. So obviously the Fed is part of the government. If taxpayers are paying for the renovations, so why couldn't Trump fire him then? You know? In his stinging months-long campaign to badger Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell into lowering interest rates, President Trump has relied on a variety of arguments. He's pointing to the European Central Bank's 2 percentage point of rate cuts and a report showing weakened private sector job growth. Hello, Angela. Oh, yeah, 408. What is up? Most recently, he claimed the Fed's refusal to slash key rate is costing the federal government hundreds of billions of dollars a year in interest payments on its debt. Is Trump right? In the short term, analysts say lower rates would save the government money, but that comes with some big caveats. And what's the caveats? It would save us money. Hello? It would boost growth. Things would grow faster. It's just, yeah. This week, on his Truth Social site, Trump shared a handwritten note he wrote to Powell. You are, as usual, too late. You have cost the U.S. a fortune and continue to do so. You should lower the interest rates by a lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars being lost. No inflation. Attaching a list of central bank interest rates, Trump drew 2 arrows pointing to the rate between Japan's 0.5 and the 1.75 shared by Denmark, Seychelles, and Thailand. Trump thinks the Fed should chop its key short-term interest rate by a whopping 3 percentage points or so, from a ranging of 4.25 or 4.5 to about 1.25%. What? Says, hi, I thought I was the only one posting comments, but turned out YouTube had reset the chat room and left you in the lobby waiting to join. I didn't even know they could do that. I didn't even know you could do that. Huh. Last week, calling Paul a numbskull, a dumb guy, and a Trump hater, the president said a 3-point cut would save the government $900 billion a year in interest payments. What will happen when the Fed cuts rates? Broadly speaking, if the Fed were to lower rates, it would indeed likely lower the cost of the Treasury debt. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. File that under no shit, Sherlock. Lower rates are probably going to save the government money, added Wells Fargo senior economist Mike Pugliese. However, Trump appears to be overstating the savings, says Gebegnia Elijori, chief and economist of the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities. So obviously that guy is some left-wing leftist noob, because I've never heard of that. What is the main job of the Federal Reserve? The Fed is an independent agency. There's no such thing as an independent agency. All right? Show me in the Constitution where it says there's independent agencies. There's not. Under its 2 congressional mandates, how is an independent agency if Congress set it up? And the central bank reduces rates to lower borrowing costs for Americans and bolster a sluggish economy. It hikes rates to keep them high longer to head off inflation. Yeah, here's the letter that Trump sent. What's the thing? How much did the Fed reduce interest rates? The Fed slashes key rates by a percentage point late last year after a pandemic-related inflation spike eased, but has paused since. In his testimony before Congress in late June, Powell agreed the Fed's preferred inflation measure, now at 2.3%, has dropped closer to its 2% goal. But he said that Trump's tariffs are expected to spark a meaningful increase in inflation in the coming months. And officials wanted to wait and see how it plays out before reducing rates again. Yeah, he's playing politics. Putting aside the Fed's mandates, it's reasonable to wonder if the Fed rate decrease would save the government lots of money at the time the national debt tops $36 trillion. Trump's big, beautiful bill is projected to add $3.3 trillion to red ink. Whatever. It's not clear how Trump came up with the $900 billion, and a White House spokesman did not return an email seeking an explanation. But Trump told Fox News on January 29th the government must refinance its $9 trillion in debt coming due this year. The Treasury Department total annual interest payments on all debt are projected to grow to about $1 trillion in fiscal year 2026. Just taking the $9 trillion that must be refinanced, interest rates that have sharply risen since the U.S. first issued the debt cost the government as much as $300 billion per year. Well, yeah, so there you go. So it costs them $300 billion per year. So a corporate finance Antwerp management wrote. Suggests the U.S. Treasury could save more than $100 billion a year if the Fed cut its rate by 3 percentage points, but that would be a massive cut, unprecedented during a time of the economy is generally stable and far larger than a percentage point drop the Fed's estimate they'll approve through the gradual quarter point decreases by 2027. Also, larger rate cuts have unintended consequences for U.S. debt costs. I just want to point out that the Fed was running at almost 0% rates almost the entire time Obama was president. Just going to say that. And they didn't start raising rates until Trump became president. Just saying, just saying. The Fed's benchmark interest rates is a short-term rate, and so it's directly tied to short-term T-bills that have terms of up to a year. Quarter-point Fed rate, like I said, will likely have a similar effect on Treasury bills. But only about 20% of the Treasury's outstanding debt is in such short-term securities, although most of all new debt is short-term because long-term rates are high. More than half of the debt is 2 to 10-year Treasury bonds. Now, let's read. There's another one here on the same type of thing. Okay, I'm going to have to do this again. Okay, so I'm going to have to do this again. I have to do, where is the archive? Archive. One second, sorry. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I had to get the article from the archive. So there we go. Well, here's what happens if Trump decides to take his feud with Powell to the next level. Trump is dialing up the pressure on Jerome Powell and could name a new Fed chair early. The move could be read as Trump trying to undermine Powell's influence and push interest rates lower. Two market pros share the predictions for what could happen to stocks, inflation, and bonds. President Trump made it clear that he wants to lower interest rates ASAP. That's the thrust behind his year-long feud with Jerome Powell, the Fed chair who stood pat on interest rates, even amid pointed criticisms and threats from the president that his position is in jeopardy. Trump, who has, among other things, called Powell too late, a major loser, very stupid, appeared to signal that he's ready to take his fight with Powell to the next level last week, after the Wall Street Journal reported that the president was considering announcing a new Fed chair as soon as this fall. If he follows through, this will be well ahead of when Powell's term ends next May. It's unclear if Trump will follow through with that suggestion, but it's definitely possible, and it could cause a handful of things to shift in the markets, investing pros told Business Insider. Here's those market experts think could happen if Trump decides to follow through. The stock market could immediately rally. If Trump decides to announce a new Fed chair early, that would likely gel well with stock investors who have been waiting for lower interest rates for the past several years, according to Jose Torres, a senior economist at Interactive Brokers. Trump is far more likely to announce a new central bank chief who's keen on lowering interest rates, Torres said, and that could result in an immediate boost to the S&P 500. We've seen a lot of sectors in the S&P 500 that can really use a lift from lower interest rates, he said, going to a rate-sensitive areas of the market like real estate, industrials, and technology stocks. Yeah. Inflation expectations could start to climb. Peter Berezin, the chief market strategist at BCA Research, says markets are still holding out to some fear that lowering rates prematurely would cause inflation to rise. That's because investors are still waiting to see the full impact of the tariffs, which are thought to raise inflation and slow economic growth. 5-year inflation average expected 5 years from now, a market tracked by the Fed, has trended higher in recent months, reaching 2.27 on June 30th. How they can't even predict if it's going to rain tomorrow. How are they going to predict what inflation is going to be 5 years from now? This is so ridiculous. That's a 14-point basis higher than when Trump first announced his Liberation Day tariffs on April 2nd. Speaking on a panel in Europe on Tuesday, Powell confirmed that the Fed would have issued another rate cut this year had it not been for potential inflationary impacts of Trump's tariff. There was no inflationary impact of Trump's tariffs, though. They all said, oh, well, what happened? We thought it was going to be, but it wasn't. That's kind of the key worry for the Fed, that inflation expectations are becoming potentially unanchored. Bond yields could spike. Bond investors who are keeping an eye on inflation dynamics in the U.S. could stage a sell-off if they don't trust the new Fed chair to take inflation seriously. Higher long-term inflation expectations mean the bond market will expect rates to be higher in the long run, which would cause yields to spike. That would be the exact opposite of what Trump administration has wanted through 2025. Much of the reaction will depend on how credible the new Fed chair appears to be. If it's Christopher Waller, who's already on the FOMC, then the market, I think, will have no problem with that. Waller already has respect among central bankers and has frequently used economic data to justify his stance on rate cuts. Trump may not get lower interest rates in the end. The path for interest rate cuts largely depend on incoming inflation data and how the Fed as a whole decides to respond. Trump bringing in a favored Fed chair is unlikely to sway the trajectory of rate cuts significantly, they added, given the FOMC members need to come to a consensus before deciding to change interest rate level. It's a very awkward situation. I mean, the way you get things done at the Fed is not by slamming your fist on the table. Torres said there's a possibility Trump could continue feuding with the Fed chair on rates if inflation data continued to come in hot. It's difficult to cut even if the president is really pressuring you. And he chose you, Torres said, speculating that the Fed may be able to squeeze in 2 more rate cuts before inflation could drift past 2% mark. There's a strong possibility the new chairman is not going to want to cut as fast as the president wants, he added. Basically what they're saying is even if Trump gets rid of Powell and puts somebody else in there, it's not guaranteed that that person will actually do what Trump wants. On to the story now. It's a cover-up. House Intel chair notified President Trump that CIA Director Ratcliffe's new lessons learned memo on the IC assessment of Russia in 2016 was a whitewash that protects the deep state. This is a story that I talked about, I think, yesterday or the day before about the CIA them admitting about what they did, the cover-up, for 2016, Russiagate, all that stuff. Now someone is saying that that this is a whitewash of what actually happened, that they didn't really reveal the dirt. CIA had spies surveilled Trump associates make contact with. Let's see here. Okay. This is 1 minute and 38 seconds long. I'm gonna speed it up because I know I value your guys' time.
2016 Russia collusion hoax by asking foreign intelligence agencies to illegally spy on the Trump campaign.
Lucas Tomlinson in Washington with more. Lucas. Good early morning, Carly and Todd. This report from Substack, citing multiple unnamed sources, claims the U.S. intelligence community asked foreign spy agencies to help spy on more than 24 associates of Donald Trump in the run-up to the 2016 election. It reads in part, quote, President Barack Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, had identified 26 Trump associates for the Five Eyes to target. A source confirmed that the IC had identified them as people to bump or make contact with or manipulate. They were targets of our own IC and law enforcement, targets for collection and misinformation. Now, the Five Eyes nations are the U.S., UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Here's one of the reporters, Michael Schellenberger, who spoke to Jesse Waters last night.
If this binder contains what we have been told that it contains, which may include raw intelligence, information showing that the U.S. government, the CIA and the intelligence community of the U.S. government, initiated the Russia collusion hoax, that it did not occur in the way that the official story, including the Durham investigation, had portrayed it, then that's extremely serious information.
The report was released at the same time House conservatives are preparing a bill that would reauthorize Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that allows the government to collect communications from foreigners abroad. And today, the House Rules Committee is set to meet over that FISA reform bill, guys.
This is like 10 billion times worse than anything Richard Nixon did. Barack said, Watergate is nothing. Hold my Zima. When will we see someone in handcuffs is what I want to know. Me too. Here's the newsletter. There's the newsletter explaining everything. Trump CIA still hiding CIA involvement in Trump-Russia narrative. You think he will appoint Bessent, huh? Bessent, Scott Bessent? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But he would still have to get through the Senate. Who knows? So. Yeah, we should probably end the Patriot Act and FISA, definitely. FISA, there's no reason for it. They can get a warrant. Yeah. And withholding, Trump, CIA still hiding CIA involvement in Trump-Russia narrative and withholding congressional report from the committee's members on the subject. The CIA played similar games with the Joint Subcommittee report on intelligence about 15 years ago during the Obama administration, withholding 90% of it from the public. Despite the even tenor of the committee's chairman, Rep. Rick Crawford, letter to the president, the matter is extraordinarily serious. The fact that Trump handpicked CIA Director Ratcliffe, a former congressman himself, has approved a whitewash while stalling the committee for 4 months, refusing to hand over their own report to them for publishing. It's extremely disturbing. No wonder the CIA whitewash was released just before a 3-day weekend, the best time to avoid public notice, causing Rep. Crawford to respond publicly yesterday. Read his letter carefully. Honorable Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Today, the Central Intelligence Agency released the Internal Tradecraft Review, entitled Tradecraft Review 2016 Intelligence Assessment on Russian Election Interference. I write to report to you that this review fails to disclose critical information, offers misleading judgment, and protects the deep state. Mr. President, the CIA has in its possession a House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence staff report that exposes the truth about the politically driven Obama-era assessment that Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump. The report was produced during the 116th Congress under the leadership of Devin Nunes, despite extraordinary restrictions imposed by the CIA. Among those restrictions are the prohibition on transporting the final document to our secure spaces on Capitol Hill. As a result, very few people have been able to review it. Once I assumed the chairmanship of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, one of my first priorities was to get the staff report transferred to our possession. It is a congressional document related to a congressional investigation. It documents efforts within the CIA to manufacture the Trump-Russia collusion narrative and must not be locked away indefinitely. To that end, and following extensive discussions with the CIA, I wrote a letter to Director Ratcliffe seeking the immediate transfer of the congressional document to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. My letter was transmitted March 6, 2025. Despite repeated engagements, we do not have our report. As previously noted earlier today, the CIA publicly released a tradecraft review examining the role of the intelligence community in shaping the Russian collusion hoax narrative. While I am pleased to see the CIA take the first step of acknowledging the political abuse and tradecraft problems associated with the 2016 ICA, I am disappointed that the agency was permitted to whitewash the full extent of their problems. Our analytical tradecraft concerns are not limited to a single aspect of the 2016 ICA and include matters under current investigation by HPSCI, such as the CIA's work on anomalous health incidents and COVID. Mr. President, given the differences between the CIA's assessment of the 2016 ICA and process of that HPSCI, I urge you to read our report. In my view, public interest declassification is merited, and I have discussed and supported with CIA leadership. However, any decision on declassification should not impede the delivery of the congressional report, the HPSCI, as soon as possible. I ask for your help in achieving this outcome. If I can be any assistance, please let me know. He CC'd Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe. Okay. So here's his post. It says, this is his post that he posted on Twitter. CIA self-review of its 2016 intelligence community assessment on Russian election interference falls far short of the full truth. It is abysmal. CIA would put out a memo with half-truths, inaccuracies, and blatant omissions about the full extent of the Russia hoax and the deep state's role. Even worse, they released this report while holding the Intel Committee's report on the same issue hostage for 7 years. Thank you for a swift response and interventions from POTUS and the White House after receiving my letter. Our investigative document on the Russia hoax has been handed over by the CIA and is back in the committee's custody. Well, that's awesome. Now we're going to jump across the pond to France and talk about this story. French left-wing MPs introduce amendment to reduce coverage of migrant crime stories. Yes, you've read that right. French leftists are upset that the media are talking about migrant crimes. So how do you solve it? You don't solve it by stopping the migrant crimes. You just outlaw the reporting of the migrant crimes. Here we go. French left-wing MPs introduce amendment to reduce coverage of migrant crime stories by Tyler Durden via Remix News. When reality does not mesh with the narrative, the left's standard tactic is to turn to censorship, and the French left is no different. The French Greens and other left-wing parties now want to make sure that news stories are not used for ideological purposes by the far right, claiming that certain media outlets are causing a moral panic around immigration due to migrant murders. Good night, Marjorie Smith. Thanks for coming out. Hope to see you again soon. And enjoy it. Please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel and leave a comment in the leave a comment on the video. Helps with the algorithm. Yeah, well, it's kind of hard. You're right. It's hard to do when they're going after people with machetes, but they're trying to get them to just stop reporting on it. According to a parliamentary amendment tabled on the 25th of June, 2025 by a group of Green and left-wing MPs in the National Assembly, news stories of actual events that have happened and actual lives lost are being improperly used by the right. I don't know. Amendment die écoles temporaires sur le texte audiovisuel public, les mines, une réflexion et le travail sur la presse et le calcul les facteurs divers dans les couvertures et électroniques et oui, y a exposé ce meilleur, perdre bien dos maurice la lecture des tomos. That's the limit of my French. I can't read all this. Another post from the French Observatory for Journalism wrote, Breaking news. Green and left-wing deputies submit an amendment to reduce the coverage of crime stories from public media. The authors believe these stories are used for political exploitation. The text cites the murders of Lola and Thomas. Alerte info. Des députés écologistes et engagés de petit amendement pour retourner la couverture des faits divers dans le ministère public. Les hechos confidents qu'ils os faits sont utiles pour récupérer politiques le texte des sentences muertes les tasses tomless. The amendment calls for public media outlets to conduct an editorial review of the role of news stories in news coverage. French National Rally parliamentarian leader Marine Le Pen. Didn't they try to throw her in jail? Yeah, I think they did. Because they're all worried about democracy, but they're always trying to throw people in jail that they disagree with. Wrote in response to the new amendment, political control and concealment of information are hallmarks of totalitarian ideologies. The Greens, who have been drifting towards the far left for years, are taking a new and alarming step in this tendency to curb freedom of expression, a cornerstone of democratic societies. The French must be aware that their right to know is now clearly threatened by these fundamental anti-liberty measures, she wrote on X. Le contrôle public et disséminé des informations sont des marqueurs des idéologies totalitaires, des eventos découvertes diverses de petites vers extremistes gacho franchises. En un nouveau espace l'inquiétude dans cette propagation aborde la liberté d'expression fondamentale des erreurs. Man. Yeah, it does kind of sound, yeah, it does. That's the most German French you've ever heard. What can I say? I speak better German. It's odd since the French almost were speaking German if it wasn't for the U.S. Just saying. The text put forward by the left cites the case for a 13-year-old Lola who was raped and murdered in Paris by an Algerian female migrant with a deportation order in 2022, as well as Thomas, who was murdered by a gang of migrants in Crépole in 2023. The authors of the amendment claim that these news stories were then rehashed with racialist semantics by politicians and leaders of the Reconquête Party in France, Eric Zemmour, and other alleged radical right-wing figures. Lola didn't have to die, it says. Okay. The amendment denounces the creation of concepts such as francocide and savagery in relation to these crimes. It also specifically cites the influence of French news outlets like CNews, Valeurs Actuelles, and what claims to is fascism's sphere of news reporting. Oh, yeah, so if you report to news, yeah, Big Grape should definitely sue YouTube for defamation. The politicians who launched the amendment denounced these factual news stories were used for political gain to the detriment of neutral reporting. More than 6,000 people turned out for a march through the French town of Romans-sur-l'Isère on Wednesday in memory of Thomas, a 16-year-old boy stabbed to death on Sunday by a group of youths who gate crashed the winter ball in nearby Crépole and shouted how they wanted to kill shouted. Oh, here. This is what this is the post. It says, shouted how they wanted to kill white people. Thomas's family said the march was not to forget, but also of anger. Businesses shut up shop for the procession through the town, which culminated at the Danedieu Stadium, the home of the RC Romanès Pégouz, for whom Thomas was a promising rugby player, where balloons were released into the air in his memory. So here's the march of the people going. Oh. They denounced the structuring of a media space close to the far right, accused of exploiting news stories to advance a vision of security and identity. That's an odd way to put it. Yeah, I was trying to read the article as written, and some of it was written in French, so I tried. I only had a year of French in school, so I had 2 years of Spanish and a year of another language that I won't talk about. Yes, the article was written in French. A number of social media users reacted negatively to the tabled amendment. Move along, there's nothing to see. They don't want French to know what's happening all over the country. That's for sure counterproductive for them. Promoting diversity and ethno-cultural replacement when we know the consequence, wrote one user. Citing an image of drowned Syrian boy Alan Kurdi, which many credit with sparking the 2016 migrant wave and was editorially weaponized to justify open borders, one user wrote, Bien évidemment qu'une question de poste, la fête d'avance le cocher. I think that was staged, if I'm not mistaken. Notably, the case of Lola and Thomas are just two of thousands of such cases involving crime and immigration in France in recent years. In France, 69% of all cases involving violence and sexual crimes on public transport involve foreigners. French President Emmanuel Macron is on record himself saying that half of all crimes in Paris are committed by foreigners. Huh. Well, see, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? See, yet they tell us in America that foreigners commit less crime than native-born Americans. But in France, it's 50% of the crime is committed by foreigners, not the native-born. So why would it be different? In other cities such as Marseille, 55% of all crimes are committed by foreigners, a rate even higher than Paris, illustrating that it is a countrywide issue. In Paris, foreigners commit 70% of all violent robberies, according to official data. Marseille, France. The French port is now a major narcotics hub for Europe. Last year, a 15-year-old was stabbed 50 times and burned alive in a drug violence as murder hit record highs. This is the new France. In France, the statistics are generally misleading, as many French citizens committing violence and serious crimes are the children of immigrants or the grandchildren of immigrants. Zemmour has faced prosecution for alluding to this fact, saying that many of the suspects are French citizens with a migration background. The entire French society doesn't resort to savagery. Then what is it? We know who savagery comes from, he says. We all know who commits these assaults. We all know who ran over the police officer, Melanie. We all know who killed the bus driver in Bayonne. We all know who breaks everything at the amusement parks. We know who spoils the beaches at Marseille. We know who is forbidden in swimming pools in Switzerland. We all know that. We know who it is. 99% of children of North African and African immigrants, said Zemmour, according to the Rare Foundation, which translated his remarks on the Face à l'Info program. Zemmour, an Algerian-born French Jew who previously worked for La Figaro, was referencing crimes against French people by migrants or citizens of migrant descent, including Philippe Mangiot, a bus driver who was beaten to death by a group of young migrants after he asked them to wear their mask when they got on his bus without tickets. In addition, he mentioned the case of Officer Melanie Lemay, who was deliberately hit and killed by an African male on a motorbike who was trying to escape a police checkpoint. And perhaps one of the most high-profile murders this summer, 23-year-old Alex Dodier was killed in a brutal hit-and-run by Youssef T., who dragged her with his vehicle for nearly a kilometer and then left her to die. In other words, the cases of Thomas and Lola are just two cases in a sea of such cases. They only became symbols of a wider societal problem that is rocking France to its core. France's issues with insecurity, including a 91% increase in murder since 2000. Wow. That's a lot of murders. 91% increase since 2000. I mean, that's like, highlights the fact that it's not right-wing propaganda driving the public to the right, but instead a serious and statistical reality that the French face on a daily basis. The war against news outlets like CNews is far from simply an effort from the left, with ongoing efforts from the Moroccan government to remove the news station broadcast license, or the Macron government to remove the news station broadcast license, as Remix News as reported. Okay. Read more here. It says political control and the concealment of information are hallmarks of totalitarian ideology. I don't know. Political control and concealment of information are hallmarks of totalitarian ideologies, wrote Marine Le Pen in response to the amendment. I think this is the same. This is just the same article. Then read more here. French activist faces up to 5 years in prison for protesting outside of the house of a migrant accused of brutal rape of a 29-year-old Megan. After the migrant allegedly raped the French woman so brutally with a broomstick that she was forced into a months-long coma, 24 right-wing protesters marched outside his home in Cherbourg, France. However, at least half of them are now facing criminal prosecution and up to 5 years in prison for an unauthorized gathering. For promoting self-defense despite the French government glaring inability to protect its own citizens. The demonstration, which took place on September 9th in the Provinces district, was on behalf of a 29-year-old Megan. Okay, so let's go back to this other one. I want to read the other story. In addition, he mentioned the case of Officer Melaine Lemonnier, who was deliberately hit and killed by an African male on a motorbike. Trying to escape police checkpoint. Yusuf T, who dragged her for nearly a year. In other words, the cases are low are just 2 cases. 91%. The war on news outlets sees our past. Macron government threats to crush the media. Okay, so criminal organizations, drug trafficking, money laundering, corruption, and new documents. CDF. Is this a different story? Different story. All right. Okay. So France seems like maybe it's not safe. I saw a story of a girl crying about Paris. That Paris wasn't safe and she couldn't even go outside. So let's jump to another story. Hey, good night, Patrick 7. I'm probably going to go another hour. I think I got quite a few more links to get through. The controversies this week are only the latest examples of how messaging on the left could be alienating many Americans on the 3rd anniversary of the Dobbs decision. Sex and the cringy. Celebrities under fire for making light of abortions. Sex and the City star Cynthia Nixon is back in the news. For all the wrong reasons. Nixon decided to virtue signal on abortion by sending out a picture of herself lounging on a boat wearing a cap that read, "Make abortions great again." In the same week, Smile singer Lily Allen was laughing in an interview about how she's had so many abortions that she can't remember the precise number. It is only the latest example of how the messaging on the left could be alienating many Americans on the 3rd anniversary of the Dobbs decision. Yeah, good night, Patrick. God bless. Talk to you tomorrow. Nixon posted a picture on Instagram with the caption, "In addition to kicking 17 million Americans off their health care, Trump's big ugly bill will strip critical funding to Planned Parenthood for non-abortion related medical care." She then added, "And of course, abortion is health care too," before urging her 1.7 million Instagram followers to call on the representatives to vote no on the horrifying bill. The only people that are going to get kicked off of their health care are illegal aliens. That's it. It's legal aliens. Even liberals wrote in to say that the cavalier attitude was a bit much. But I think they're complaining because the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, just ruled that states don't have to give money to Planned Parenthood. They can not, that they can't be forced to give money to Planned Parenthood because of Medicaid. For Lily Allen, abortions are so trivial that she lost count on her own. During a recent episode of her Miss Me podcast, the 40-year-old singer explained that she's had several abortions before finding a birth control method that worked for her. Abortions, I've had a few, but then again, I can't remember exactly how many. I think maybe I want to say 4 or 5. Notably, abortions are actually up since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and returned the question to individual states to decide. What is striking about these controversies is how they run against the narrative. We just passed the 3rd anniversary of Dobbs. Gallup is reporting a record gap between men and women over abortion since Dobbs. The gap has expanded since 2022 because pro-choice identity has dipped among men from 48% to 41%, while it's held strongly steady among women. Currently, 32% of women and 54% of men identify as pro-life. Similarly, there's a record high 17-point gap between women, 57, and men, 40, in their belief that abortion is morally acceptable, and a record high 15-point gap in women, 56, and men, 41, support for abortion being legal in all circumstances. What? I don't know. So wow. These divergences are also the widest since 2022 and represent a marked change from the 2 decades prior to Dobbs, when men and women's views were much closer. Overall support for abortion remains strong, though it has fallen slightly since the post-Dobbs rise. And what is clear is the issue was not determinative in the last election. Democrats put a huge emphasis on abortion in the Trump-Harris election. Democrats loaded up ballots with abortion-related initiatives or referendums to bring out the vote. However, they found that pro-choice voters supported Trump in higher than expected numbers. Making light of abortion is unlikely to change that trajectory in the polls. But Democrats continue to struggle with the media being driven by figures on their far left going into critical midterm meltdowns. With the anniversary of Dobbs, there is no suggestion that the court would consider its ruling or that the court is expected to change anytime soon. In the meantime, in Medina v. Planned Parenthood, South Atlantic, the court has allowed states to defund Planned Parenthood, which receives a significant amount of its money from the federal and state governments. Yeah, and also, another note, that the ACLU decided to file a class action lawsuit on behalf of all unborn babies, stating that those babies have a right to be U.S. citizens. So think that through. What does that also mean those unborn babies have a right to? Just saying, this is the left. Breaking news. Trump's big beautiful bill just greenlit $8.6 billion to dominate the Arctic. New Coast Guard icebreakers equals America first at the top of the world. Here's why it matters more than you think. The U.S. is finally getting serious about Arctic security. The bill funds $4.3 billion for heavy polar security cutters, $3.5 billion for medium Arctic security cutters, $816 million for lighter icebreakers. That's real muscle, Cold War level investment. Why now? Because China and Russia are teaming up in the Arctic. Joint naval patrols, new Russian Arctic bases. China wants to rewrite Arctic governance. Massive oil and gas mineral reserves are at stake, and Biden did nothing. Trump's response, 40 new U.S. icebreakers, an ice pact with Canada and Finland to build 70 to 90 more. A surge in U.S. shipbuilding activity. The U.S. and its allies are going to have the means to dominate the Arctic. The Arctic may hold 90 billion barrels of oil, 1,669 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and 44 billion barrels of NGLs. Whoever controls Arctic sea lanes and energy routes controls the future. Trump understands that. Biden never did because he was dementia-ridden. Greenland's election upset, an opportunity for Trump. This is about more than cold weather. It's about energy dominance, shipping lanes, national defense, stopping Russia and CCP expansion, and restoring America's shipbuilding. The left calls it wasteful. We call it sovereignty. We don't want China and Russia to dominate the Arctic. We want to secure it permanently. America will not be outclassed on land, sea, air, or ice. Greenland's elections upset an opportunity for Trump. Don't let the enemy media lie to you. The enemy media. It's funny. Play on words he did there. Funny play on words he did there. Tuesday's election opens the door, and it's a deal with America to make with Greenlanders crazy rich. This is what Trump's talking about, trying to buy Greenland or get Greenland to be part of it. Greenland's election upset on Tuesday opens the door to the art of the deal. The island's outgoing government, led by leftist anti-American Inuit Adequatic Party and its leader, Mutke Edgi Uta, took a hard line against Trump. Now they're out. It was a big upset. The Greenland Democratic Party, his incoming Prime Minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen, more than tripled their vote share from the previous election from 9 to 30. Their likely coalition party, Nalakrek, secured 24.5%, and its most prominent leaders have been vocally pro-American and even attended Trump's inauguration. Nielsen's party has not taken so strong a pro-U.S. stand, but it's a center-right pro-business coalition that favors independence from Denmark and economic development that Danes cannot or will not provide. That's a bigger deal than you think. 72% of Greenland's people are under 40. Needless to say, job opportunities are limited, and the island cannot afford to lose any of its... Oh. Let me see if I can... Let me see. Copy. Loading. Oh. I don't know, it's taking so long. Here we go. The big upset, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I guess it didn't work. All right, never mind. All right. We'll stare at this instead. All right. Tensions rise as superpower scrap for a piece of the Arctic. Yeah, it was I don't know, for whatever reason I don't have the correct link, I guess, for that. As soon as Magnus Malin became mayor of a small town on Norway's northern tip in late 2023, 3 delegations from China came knocking on his door. It's because they want to be a polar superpower, he tells me. China may not be instinctively spring to mind when you think about the Arctic, but it's determined to be a big Arctic player. It's been vying to buy real estate, get involved in infrastructure projects, and hopes to establish a permanent regional presence. China already describes itself as a near Arctic state, even though its northernmost regional capital, Harbin, is on roughly the same latitude as Venice, Italy. But the Arctic is fast becoming one of the most hotly contested parts of the world. Beijing faces stiff competition from Russia, Europe, India, and the U.S. The race for the Arctic is on. Climate scientists say the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than anywhere else. This impacts ecosystems, wildlife, and local populations. The Arctic is enormous, encompassing 4% of the globe. But global powers see a new world of opportunities opening up in the Arctic on the back of environmental changes. The melting ice in the Arctic makes it easier to access the region's incredible natural resources, critical minerals, oil, and gas. Around 30% of untapped natural gas is said to be found in the Arctic. And it's opening up possibilities for new maritime trade routes, just drastically reducing travel time between Asia and Europe. In the export business, time is money. China has been developing a polar Silk Road plan for Arctic shipping. When I visit the port of Kirkenes, it looks pretty ghostly. Inside the Arctic Circle at the northernmost point of mainland Norway, the former mining town is a gritty contrast to the picture postcard, snow-covered mountains and fjords that surrounds it. There are shuttered shops and abandoned warehouses riddled with broken glass. The town feels forgotten and left behind. So you can imagine the appeal of possibly becoming the first European port of call for masses of container ships from Asia, depending on how fast the polar ice continues to melt. The town's port director, Terje Jorgensen, plans to build a brand new international port. His eyes light up when he talks about becoming the Singapore of Europe's high north. What we're trying to build here is Kirkenes is a transshipment port where 3 continents meet: North America, Europe, and Asia. We'll take the goods ashore and reload onto other vessels for further export. We don't need to sell any land to anyone, not to the UK company, not to a Chinese company. New laws in Norway prohibit the transfer of property or businesses if the sale could harm Norwegian security interests. What they're waiting for, he adds, are clear guidelines from the government about the kind of critical infrastructure this might cover. Mayor Mjolund certainly seems wary of China's intentions. We want a relationship with China, but we don't want to be dependent on China. Europe has to ask itself, how dependent do you want to be on totalitarian and authoritarian regimes? China's purchase your way into the Arctic approach is beginning to be rejected across European Arctic. Recent attempts by Beijing to buy into seaports in Norway and Sweden and into an airport in Greenland, for example, were rebuffed. This is pushing polar-hungry China, the biggest emerging superpower in the world, into an arms of the Arctic's largest player, Russia. Russia controls a whopping half of the Arctic shoreline and has been hoovering up Chinese investments. The two countries cooperate militarily in the Arctic too. China's Coast Guard entered the Arctic for the first time in October in a joint patrol with Russian forces. The two countries had staged joint military exercises here a month earlier. In July, long-range bombers from both countries provocatively patrolled the Arctic Ocean near Alaska in the United States. It's as if Beijing and Moscow are looking over at NATO, which has stepped up its exercises in the Arctic, and are saying, we can do this too. Every country bordering the Arctic is a member of NATO except Russia, Finland, and Sweden, joined after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Andres Othegen, a senior official at the independent Fridtjof Nansen Institute, described the Arctic's low-hanging fruit for Russian-Chinese collaboration. Oh, hey. Good night, Hank. See you tomorrow or the next day. Hey, all right, listen, chat. Stop fighting with each other. All right? No need. Fight with me. Don't fight with each other. Russia needs investment and commercial actors who are interested in developing the Arctic LNG, resources, oil, or resource development in the sea lanes. China is that market. The two countries are looking for ways to expand their political, economic, even military cooperation. But China is not keen to align itself closely with Russia. It wants to avoid the Western sanction and continue doing business with Western powers inside and outside the Arctic. Russia has reservations too. Be careful not to overrate the Russia-China relations, says Mr. Othegen. Russia remains very wary of letting China too deep into the Arctic. Moscow relies heavily on the natural resources there and is courting other Arctic investors too, including the U.S., according to reports. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Russia also relies on the Arctic to store strategic weapons, mainly on its Kola Peninsula, which bristles with nuclear capabilities and is home to its legendary Northern Fleet. Back in Norway, Kirkenes residents live under the shadow of the Russian bear next door. They always have. The border with Russia is a 10-minute drive away by car, and the Kola Peninsula feels uncomfortably close. In Cold War times, the town became known for its nest of spies, a front line between the West and the Soviet Union. Norway believes that Russia is using its Arctic to train new recruits to fight and fly bombers from to attack Ukraine. Though not directly at war with Russia, Norway, and specifically the north of the country along the roughly 200-kilometer border, feels under attack. We see it here locally, says Colonel Jorn Giveler, speaking to me by the clear waters of the Pacific River that separates Norway and Russia. Just in front of us are Norway's bright yellow and Russia's red and green border posts. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there have been increasingly frequent incidents of GPS jamming that have even caused commercial pilots to change navigation system. Cases of espionage by the border, everything from signals intelligence to agents being sent to Norway, have shot up. Norway and its NATO allies are also on the alert for Russian spy submarines and other vessels in the Arctic. Oh, that looks like a tunnel. I'm able to see how Norway monitors its threats. They always trick me with those. They always be tricking me. I'm able to see how Norway monitors these threats after we get a high security clearance to enter the country's Cold War era Joint Military Command. It's deep inside a quartz mountain in Bodo, within the Arctic Circle. We find a labyrinth of tunnels and surveillance rooms where Norway gathers real-time intelligence from land, air, and sea, focused on suspicious-looking vessels in and near the Arctic waters. Everything is shared in real time with NATO allies. Crucially, any Russian vessel waiting to enter Eastern Europe has to pass through Norwegian waters first. Agents in the mountains at HQ are on the lookout for signs of espionage and sabotage around what officials call underwater critical infrastructure as part of Kremlin's hybrid warfare against the West. Targets include undersea communication cables connecting continents and permitting trillions of dollars worth of financial transactions a day, and also oil and gas pipelines. Norway is a major supplier of natural gas to Europe, including the UK, especially since sanctions were imposed on Russian exports following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Moscow has been modernizing its military capabilities in the Arctic. It has a serious fleet of spy nuclear submarines. If they pass undetected, they could potentially target missiles at capitals across Europe and the U.S. This is like tangentially related. It says Trump's Arctic goals demand icebreakers, but the U.S. struggles to build them. You know, at 13,000 tons, the U.S. Coast Guard's Polar Star is a mammoth vessel made to cut through Arctic ice more than 20 feet thick, but it is the U.S.'s only icebreaker that operates year-round, and it was built nearly a half a century ago. In the intensifying global race to access the Arctic, icebreakers are the essential tool to open the trade routes. But the U.S. With the help, the U.S. and its allies have fallen far behind Russia and China. Is rapidly gaining ground to help the world's largest shipbuilding industry. President Trump has signaled he wants to build the Arctic back atop U.S. priority list. He has said the U.S. needs to take ownership of Greenland for national security and that the Coast Guard will expand its fleet of icebreakers. We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones, Trump said. That'll be a tall order to fill. The U.S. has been struggling for years to build a single icebreaker, vessels that clear a path through the ice for other ships. Even if Trump is able to marshal the political will and money to build more, the U.S. will have to breathe life back in this ailing shipbuilding industry, which has been in decline for decades. Yeah, our shipbuilding industry has been in decline. It needs to get back in order. We need to get building again. All right, we're going to change to another story now. Shift seas back overseas again to say, in the UK, you can block traffic in London if you're praying to Allah, but an Englishman who takes his hands off his bike handlebars can be arrested or cited. Let's see what this is here.
I would disagree with you, okay? That is why I ticketed.
So anyone cycling no-handed in rush hour in the city of London is going to get ticketed.
If I see them,
they
yes.
are, and you think
It's
that
not-
you think
it's
that
not
is a
a
valuable
policy.
use of City of London police time when bike theft is endemic. You don't even
So-
investigate most bike thefts. Let me finish. And where there's phone snatching going on, you could be getting robbers, and you're letting phone snatchers and bike thieves go to ticket law-abiding citizens cycling no-handed. Do you think that's an honestly good use of City of London police time?
So, cycling with no hands on the handlebars.
Yeah.
Okay. Places other road users at risk. Contravenes
No, it doesn't.
Article 2
How does it?
of the
How
Human
does it?
Rights Act. We've already spoken about this.
This is amazing. So, cycling no-handed violates Article 2 of the Human Rights Act. Is that the right to life?
No, I said it endangers people
You said it.
on the road.
You just said it.
Okay.
Me cycling
And then-
no-handed violates Article 2 of the Human Rights Act. I think we're done with that. It's rather silly, isn't it?
That's crazy. Here's another crazy story. Multiple sex offenders, including ones who raped 7-year-old girl housed in a New York City shelter feet from a kid's park. Yeah, I think we covered that earlier, Charles. There's money in there to build icebreakers and stuff, and to build ships, revitalize shipping. I think several billion, like 40 billion or something. New York City Mayor, stories like this aren't going away in any favors. If people are going to vote for Mandami, don't care less about the children who play in this park. You should. New York Democrat leaders clearly do not care for the safety of children. Multiple sex offenders, including one who raped a 7-year-old girl housed in New York City shelter feet from a kid's park. The city has quietly turned a former hotel into a taxpayer-funded den for child predators and other sex offenders located less than 250 feet from a playground, the Post has learned. At least 5 level 2 and level 3 sex offenders, the worst of the worst, including one monster who had sex with a 7-year-old, are living in a homeless shelter at the 61 Christie Street, 243 feet from the Hester Street playground in Chinatown. There's so much wrong with this, I don't even know where to begin, said resident Brian Chin, father of a 4-year-old boy and 9-year-old girl who no longer allows to play at that playground. Yeah. Unhyphenated, I agree. In general, Americans are very short-sighted. They only worry about what they, like what tomorrow, like today. They worry about today and they don't care about tomorrow a lot. And, we should have been actually fixing the infrastructure in this country that's crumbling. Which, supposedly, if you remember, there was that infrastructure bill that Obama passed back in like 2010, 2009, 2010. That was like huge money, that all those shovel-ready jobs. And then when they laughed about it, they said, well, obviously those jobs weren't really shovel-ready. All they did seem to have the jobs for was just running around putting up signs talking about the job stuff they were going to do. Finding out that the city has secretly been putting child predators into an all-expensive paid hotel overlooking the children's park on the taxpayer dime, it verges on being almost unbelievable, said an irate dad and neighborhood activists who researched the hotel and discovered the city was placing sex offenders there. The sheer amount of sex offenders concentrated in that one hotel, the fact that they're free to roam around, it's literally situated directly across from a kids' park and a local high school, is appalling. State law prohibits level 2 and level 3 sex offenders who are considered at medium or high risk from reoffending from living within 1,320 feet or a quarter mile of playground, school, parks, and child care facilities. We don't even know how many level 1 offenders are living there because they're not listed in the state sex offender registry, Chin said, of the lowest level predators. The shelter was once a boutique hotel called Hotel MB, and before the Comfort Inn was converted into a homeless facility in the summer of 2021, according to reports online. It's not clear when the city began moving in sex offenders or how many of them live at the site. The Post reached out to city officials. The shelter is run by a Bronx-based nonprofit called Neighborhood Association for Intercultural Affairs. So it's a cultural thing. Child predators is a cultural thing. That's what they're saying, which has pocketed nearly $1.3 billion in city contracts the past decade. Holy crap. This is just a grift, more of a grift. Nyaca's Christie Street location was part of a 4-year, $160 million contract with DHS to provide 467 beds for single adults there and 2 other locations in Bronx and Queens, according to the city comptroller's office. Yeah, there was signs put all over. There was signs put all over of saying they're going to start building the future site of this, the future site of this, announcing, that money for this. And that's all that they did was all they did was hire companies to put these signs up. The sex offenders living there, according to the state sex offender registry, include this guy, Darren Jackson. He's 63-year-old, level 3 offender for 2010 for raping a 7-year-old multiple times. Sentenced to 3 years of prison. Wait a minute. Hold up. This person did these brutally terrible, gross, disgusting, vile things to a 7-year-old girl, and he only got 3 years in prison? How is he still walking around? Lamar Jackson, another level 3 offender, 2008 for deviant sexual intercourse and using threats and physically overpowering a 12 and 9-year-old, was sentenced to 2 to 4 years. Wait a minute. Holy, what is going on in New York that these people are only getting this short prison sentences? How is it not 10, 20 years? How is it not? What the hell's going on? Level 3 offender, 98 for blunt object to force a female, 18 months. What? This is the travesty, and this is the stuff that should be pissing people off. Is none of these people seem to have gotten any serious jail time. This person got 6 months for forcibly touching another person's private parts? What? Some area activists became aware of the hotel being used as a shelter for parolees back in 2021 and raised their concerns, but nothing changed. According to Jackie Wong, managing director of the Greater Chinatown Civic Coalition, both DHS, Department of Homeless Services, and the hotel owner had previously assured us that the parolee shelter would close in June 2022, Wong said, but they lied. It's still operating. This shelter, along with other nearby facilities for single men, has directly and indirectly contributed to increased crime and safety concern in and around the Sarah D. Roosevelt parks. Daya Williams, 22, Brooklyn, said she wouldn't bring her kids to the park because of the sex offenders who lived nearby. Murder, rape, robbery, and assaults are all the way up this year over the last 5th precinct, which encapsulates most of Chinatown. There have been 2 murders in the precinct this year so far compared to none in the same period last year, according to NYPD data. Robberies up 29% to 76 incidents so far this year from 59. Felony assault has increased 3.9%. Rape is up 80% to 9 compared to 5 previous 2024. Wow. Wow. Wong pointed to assault and attempted rape of an 80-year-old woman in November near the corner of Grand Street and Christie Street. Yeah, this guy was horrified to find out that there's no accountability from these shelter operators and the DHS, which is the Department of Homelessness Services, not Homeland Security, continues to target low-income communities of color like ours for these placements, he said. This is discriminatory and unacceptable. Yeah. Sex offenders aren't supposed to be housed in shelters or residential neighborhoods, said Republican mayoral candidate Chris Sliwa. This is part of our shelter program, Sliwa said. It's part of a cottage industry where there are contracts, and then obviously these people who get the contract subcontract out all the ancillary services to friends and relatives and associates. But one thing they shouldn't be doing is vetting who's actually in the shelter, and they don't. The City Department of Social Services released a statement saying that not everyone is required to register in a sex offender database has residency restrictions. DSS provides shelter to anyone in need according to New York City's right to shelter law, while also encouraging compliance with all necessary local and regulations, which includes being mindful of any residency restrictions and specific criteria laid out in state law. The agency didn't respond to follow up on questions about why level 2 and 3 sex offenders were permitted to live so close to a playground. Many people who were in the park with their children Wednesday were upset to learn about the shelter sickos. I'm super pissed off. I talked to my husband right now on the phone, and he's extremely mad as well, said a 29-year-old mom who takes her 2 kids to the playground twice a week. They shouldn't be anywhere near the park. Brooklyn choreographer John Quiones and his 42-year-old grandfather was horrified. I'm the type of person who want to take action into my own hands and probably get in trouble, he said. Resident Daya Williams, who was adamant that the city shouldn't be at least notifying parents. Given it's New York City, anything can happen, and I don't want to take that chance. It's not safe. Chin plans to keep calling attention to the problem. Placing violent child sex predators across the street from a children's park, the city and the officials who approve this need to be held accountable, the dad said. I think I can confidently speak for all of us when I say enough is enough. NACA didn't return a request for comment. Wow. That is crazy story. Crazy, crazy story. So, okay. Now we're going to go back overseas to Iran and talk about this. It says, Iran war. It's no wonder that Iran's IRGC folded so quickly. The world is shocked at Iran's lack of military readiness. Why did Iran's entire military complex, including the fear IRGC, fold in a matter of weeks, days, and hours? It turns out there were signs. They got a video here of them exercising. This is the Iranian IRGC exercising, preparing for combat. You know, so as you can see very well, they're not really, you know, I don't know. They don't look like top tier level 1 operators. You know, I don't know. I'd have to ask some other people to see if this is what they consider to be, you know, effective workout procedures. Iran's IRGC collapsed under the weight of strategic incompetence and maximum pressure. Operation Midnight Hammer's precision strikes on Fordo and Natanz in June 2025 shattered their nuclear blackmail capabilities, while the Maximum Pressure Act systemically dismantled their financial networks. Sanctions cratered Iran's accessible foreign reserves from $123 billion to $4 billion by 2020. Forcing defense budget cuts that left proxies like Hezbollah scrambling. The regime poured resources into failed missile salvos rather than protecting critical infrastructure. When your entire strategy relies on bluffing about wiping Israel off the map. Reality hits hard once bunker busters start falling. Deterrence through strength works. The data behind us. Yeah, Iran's urgency collapsed quickly due to the combination of strategic overreach, economic strength, sanctions, internal focus on security, and miscalculation of opponents' capabilities. The mix of factors left them unprepared for real conflict, making their rapid defeat a stark lesson in the perils of bluffing without substance. As decades of military neglect made Israel's deadly Iran strikes possible. Opening salvo of Israel's Operation Rising Lion air campaign against Iran on Friday was completely unprecedented and seemed like an all but unstoppable aerial juggernaut. However, the beleaguered state of Iran's conventional armed forces and its lack of preparedness in face of these deadly strikes shouldn't surprise anyone. After all, there was overwhelming evidence that Iran's rulers willfully neglected Iran's conventional defenses for decades in favor of building paramilitary forces within and beyond its national borders. Israel's wave of airstrikes targeted military and nuclear sites across Iran and assassinated military officials and nuclear scientists on Friday. Iranians in Tehran and the northwest city of Tabriz, the western cities of Ruzhajerd and Kermanshah, reportedly hearing explosions. Civilians were among those killed. Israel also bombed Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility, Natanz, already. Rising Lion appeared much more extensive than Israel's deadly night of airstrikes on October 26, which targeted Iran's strategic air defense and missile production facilities. The possibility of an attack was crystal clear preceding weeks, with several indications that Israel was readily preparing for it. Aged Air Force. Statements that have aged like milk. Iranian officials repeatedly reiterated in recent weeks that air defenses battered in previous October strikes were completely repaired and restored, and the Air Force fully prepared to counter any threat. Despite these pronouncements, Israel's aerial armada appeared to strike Iran with near impunity. The sheer neglect of Iran's conventional military was long self-evident in its Air Force, which has become embarrassingly obsolete compared to most of its counterparts in the neighboring states. The IRIAF is Islamic of Iran Air Force. Is ready to provide decisive defense of the country's airspace under any circumstances, declared the commander of the IRIAF, Brigadier General Hamid Vahedi, on June 1st. The Brigadier General also emphasized how training has contributed to ensuring operational readiness for the IRIAF pilots and technicians. The following day, as if on cue to demonstrate the readiness of the IRIAF fighters, the Iranian state media shared a captivating video of Soviet-built MiG-29 Fulcrum fighter jets taking off with a powerful roar from Tehran's Mehrabad airport. The video also showed the aircraft emitting black smoke from its twin engines, a typical characteristic of the fighter type. Iran's tasked its Fulcrums with guarding the airspace above the sprawling capital city. Despite this, preliminary reports indicate that on Friday morning, non-stealthy fourth-generation Israeli F-16s armed with small-diameter bombs less than 50 miles outside of the heart of Tehran, and the IRIAF only managed to scramble a single MiG-29 to defend the entire capital. On several occasions in recent weeks, the IRIAF extolled the supposed capabilities and preparedness of the Air Force and its personnel. In early May, he said the IRIAF front line of rapid response to any threat facing Iran. Less than a week later, he declared that the powerful Air Force was at its highest level of preparedness, fully capable and ready to defend Iran's airspace with maximum strength and determination. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our personnel, every fighter jet in the Air Force has now been outfitted with state-of-the-art, locally produced weaponry and long-range missile system, he added. Yeah, I think it's the design, because they were designed in the Soviet Union during, and they were just not designed well. So at low speeds, they spit off, they bleed unburnt fuel. However, even a cursory comparison to the Air Force of Iran's neighbors shows how far behind Iran's once mighty Air Force has truly fallen. Irrespective to what Vahedi would have his domestic audience believe before Friday. For example, the captivating MiG-29 takeoff from Mehrabad earlier this month didn't dispel the objective reality that the Air Force is at least 35 years old. Furthermore, the MiG-29s obtained by Iran from the Soviet Union in 1990 are more basic, earlier models than the Fulcrum. Iran hasn't made any substantial upgrades to them in the preceding decades, such as bringing them up to the more modernized MiG-29 SMT configuration, as Russia has done with some of the older Fulcrums. Iranian F-14A Tomcats, which were top of the line when introduced, have received substantial and creative domestic upgrades and modifications over the decades. Still, their airframes are approximately half a century old, their lifespan doubtlessly nearing an end, and their best before date long in the rearview mirror. It's barely worth pointing out that obviously the third generation F-4 Phantom IIs and F-5 Tigers are among the last in service anywhere in the world, and upgrades and modernizing domestically made derivatives do little to obscure that undeniable reality. The situation is even more dire when one compares the contrasts of the IRIAF's arsenal with that of its neighbors. As previously covered in this space, the Arab Gulf states to Iran's west fly cutting-edge 4.5 generation fighter jets, with many more currently on order. Turkey currently has 40 of the most modern F-16s, the Block 70, on order from the United States, and may soon gain readmission into the fifth generation F-35 Lightning II Joint Strike Force fighter project. Ankara hopes to buy at least 40 F-35As additionally. Additionally, it's developing a stealth fighter to TF Khan, which it expects to introduce to service by the end of the decade. China has offered to sell Pakistan, which boasts of shooting Indian jet fighter jets, including the French Rafales, during the brief May 7th 10th conflict. 45th generation Shenyang J-35 stealth fighter jets. Islamabad has already acquired and fielded China's advanced 4.5 generation Chengdu J-10Cs and long-range PL-15 air-to-air missiles, a capability that is already more advanced than anything the IRF has. Tehran has reportedly sought J-10Cs from China in recent years, but is unsuccessful in efforts to date. Revealingly, in its brief tit-for-tat Iran-Pakistan strikes against their respective frontier regions in January 2024, Iran relied entirely on drones and surface ballistic missiles to hit alleged militant targets in Pakistani territories. Conversely, Pakistan retaliated using its fighter jets armed with standoff munitions, confidently striking targets inside Iran that it also claimed belonged to militant groups. Iran has pinned its hopes on Su-35 flankers from Russia, confirmed its purchase in January. A widely held assumption in recent years has been that the 24 Su-35 Russias initially built for Egypt before Cairo canceled the contract would be delivered to Tehran instead. However, satellite images released in April confirmed that Russia delivered some of these jets to Algeria. Acquiring a dozen or so flankers would do little to fundamentally alter the balance of power between Iran and most of its neighbors. At best, they could supplement or replace some of the Fulcrums currently patrolling Tehran's airspace, or serve as training aircraft to help Iranian pilots master a 4.5 generation aircraft as they await additional acquisitions that could be a long time coming. Even in the highly unlikely event that Tehran eventually acquires 50 flankers, the original number is reportedly ordered and fully paid for in 2021. It would still pale in comparison to Turkey's potentially flying 40 F-35s on one side and Pakistan flying 40 J-35s on the other. Of course, that's not even accounting for the 75 F-35s Israel will eventually operate in the coming years. Much of the initial news analysts about Rising Lion noted it was likely the most significant attack Iran has endured since the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s. However, it goes without saying that Israel is a much more powerful, sophisticated opponent than Saddam Hussein Iraq ever was or could ever dream of being. What about Operation Praying Mantis? That was pretty significant destruction that Iran encountered in the 80s. The neglect of the IRIAF and the rest of Iran's regular armed forces goes all the way back to that time. After the 1979 revolution, the new Islamist regime of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini distrusted the military built by former Shah. He purged much of the former regime's military and established the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, paramilitary, to safeguard the new regime. The ruling regime has favored the IRGC over the regular army ever since, with the latter amassing more funds and weaponry. Aside from favoring the IRGC, Tehran devised a forward defense strategy calculating that if it established or helped friendly militias in weak states across the region, it could defend its territory from the outside. Adherence to that policy saw Iran first establish Hezbollah in Lebanon in the early 80s, and later prop up and back Shia militias in Iraq and the brutal regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Together with these groups and regimes formed the self-styled Axis of Resistance. Iran justified its intervention in Syria as necessary for its national defense. Iran cleric Hojat al-Assam Mahdi Tayeb once dubbed Syria Iran's 35th province, arguing that keeping Syria would be more important than keeping Iran's Khuzestan border province, which Saddam Hussein infamously invaded in 1980. If we keep Syria, we can get Khuzestan back too. But if we lose Syria, we cannot keep Tehran, he said. Since the current series of regional wars began after Hamas' October 2023 attack on Israel, the Israeli military has taken several covert and overt actions to dismantle the entire axis. It decapitated Hezbollah, Iran's most powerful and prized proxy, through last year's Pager operation, which was swiftly followed by a campaign of bombing its strategic weaponry and assassinating its senior leadership. The strategic blows against Hezbollah directly contributed to the overthrow of the Assad regime mere weeks later. Iran's regime believed that the axis would facilitate its former defense strategy and placing a ring of fire around Israel. Israel, in turn, invoked the octopus analogy to sum up Iran and its regional proxies, insisting that instead of forever fending off individual tentacles, it strike directly at Tehran, and did just that on Friday. Prioritizing forward defense and favoring the IRGC and other militias at the expense of its conventional armed forces has resulted in Iran enduring the most severe direct attack to its territory in 40 years. Interestingly, the last Shah, who, unlike the incumbent regime, prioritized acquiring the best conventional armaments available for the Iranian military, once criticized Israel's attempt to justify territorial expansion on security grounds. Israel is making a big mistake in relying on occupied Arab territories for its security, he told the American journalists in the 1970s. In these days of long-range planes flying at 8,000 feet and ground-to-ground missiles which go over any obstacles, there's no such thing as secure borders for Israel. The only security for Israel is an international guarantee of its former borders. Oh, okay. Steve, good night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Enjoy church. By willfully neglecting its national defense in favor of its inherently flawed forward defense doctrine that tread upon the sovereignty and regional countries, Tehran's rulers all but guaranteed that Iranian homeland would eventually become vulnerable to attack, and it did shortly after they initially seized power 46 years ago. Says Trump brokers Iran ceasefire as experts say regime's arsenal is shattered, but threat remains. Analysts say the real reason for Iran's support climb down is sheer scale of its losses. I think we talked about enough about Iran, right? The historic turn of event, Iran agreed to a ceasefire on Monday. The agreement broken by President Trump marks a dramatic de-escalation after a 12-day war. That's good. Oh, here we got James Carville on the Trump administration. James Carville was making a lot of stupid statements over the past few months. He said something previously about someone taking a shot at Trump, and now he said this whole thing is collapsing. The analogy I use is picket is 500 yards from a stone wall. Hold your fire. It's going to be easy pickings here in 6 weeks. So yeah, he's talking, using more language that is very violent. That's not good. Here's some talk about Trump's big, beautiful bill. It says Trump's win for seniors. The one big, beautiful bill just slashed taxes on Social Security benefits by nearly 90%. More than 51 million Americans will keep most of what they earn. Here's how Trump did it and what comes next. No tax on Social Security. The Social Security Administration says 88% of seniors will now pay no federal tax on their Social Security benefits. That's a massive tax cut for older Americans, and Trump's coming to eliminate the rest. Trump could repeal the tax entirely. Democrats blocked it. Trump couldn't repeal the tax entirely. Democrats blocked it, but the big, beautiful bill created a new $6,000 senior bonus deduction. It's taxed on top of standard and senior deductions. For most retirees, wipes out all taxable Social Security income. Seniors win big. Trump's gift, $6,000. Trump's delivers for seniors. For example, $24,000 average Social Security benefit, $15,750 standard deduction, $2,000 senior deduction, $6,000 new senior bonus, new deductions $23,750. So all but $250. That's not all. The bill also makes Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent. Expands deductions for families and protects working Americans from stealth tax hikes. This is the largest middle-class tax cut in U.S. history, the biggest ever for seniors. It's one big, beautiful bill. Social Security Commissioner Frank Bisingano called the bill a historic step forward. No president has done so much to cut taxes for seniors, at least not since Democrats started taxing Social Security benefits in the first place. That's right, because that guy was the guy responsible. They didn't use the tax Social Security. So, of course, Democrats are furious. Hakeem Jeffries called it an unprecedented assault on the welfare state. Wait, what? And why? Because they wanted to spend your Social Security dollars, not give them back to the people who earned them. President Trump is clear. Seniors shouldn't be taxed on the money the government forced them to pay into the system, money that was already taxed. What is wrong with Democrats? They pretend to be the party of the working class. Trump will hold his signing celebration at the White House today. He says that at the beginning of the new golden age of America, the people of the United States will be richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. Trump signs a big, beautiful bill. Trump did not just protect Social Security. He cut taxes for 51 million seniors, making the Trump tax cuts permanent. He gave the Americans biggest middle-class tax relief ever, and he's just getting started. I don't know. I personally think Patriot Front is all feds. I don't know. I mean, even their leader, the guy that wears the weird hat and stuff that shows the only guy that shows his face, it screams Fed to me. I think they're all feds. And just so you know, we got this. It's a story. From Yahoo Finance, Bazinga. Trump's big, beautiful bill offers seniors a $6,000 bonus tax deduction. Here's how to qualify for the benefit. President Trump's big, beautiful bill promises a new tax break for older Americans since 2017, a temporary senior bonus deduction that could reduce many retirees' taxable income by up to $6,000 each year. The Senate passed version lets every filer 65 or older subtract $6,000, $12,000 for couples from income regardless of whether they itemize. The House's One Big Beautiful Bill Act sets the figure at $4,000 per person, according to the Washington Post. Both chambers phase out the break in full for a modified adjusted gross income up to $75,000 for singles and $150 for joint filers. It disappears entirely above $175 and $250 respectively. Middle income retirees gain the most. A married couple earning $100,000 could save up to $1,600 in federal tax under the Senate plan. Lower income seniors who already owe little or no tax to Social Security would see smaller or no savings, while higher income retirees would phase out. It targeted people who needed the help more, said Howard Gleckman. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget pegs the senior bonus, together with the bill's broader extensions, at about $30 billion a year, and says it could put Social Security trust fund exhaustion date to late 2032 from early 2033 by trimming the taxes senior paid on their benefits. Why the taxes? Wait a minute. So they think those no. The Social Security money is supposed to come from FICA, not from taxes. The 4-year deduction alone could cost $90 billion if the Senate number prevails, and as much as $250 billion if it later made permanent. The House and Senate negotiators must reconcile the 6,000 and 4,000 figures before final vote before the July vote's recess. Trump administration argues the deduction slashes taxes on Social Security without altering benefit formulas, delivering historic tax relief for seniors. I agree. Does Trump's bonus explain what Trump's budget bill means for Social Security taxes?
With Miller Mock College's online
you for the next 4 hours as we break down some of the day's biggest top stories. And one of them, of course, we are following out in Washington, D.C. as, wow, a moment yesterday, we were taking you to that vote-a-rama that was happening with the different amendments that were being voted on for President Trump.
We're in opposition. We want to see responsible legislation. We're not saying don't do anything. We're saying let's do this fiscally responsible. Let's pay for it.
Whatever.
Or pay for most of it so it doesn't have.
Proposed senior bonus would grant taxpayers 65 and older an added deduction up to $6,000. Some older Americans may see tax relief if the Big Beautiful Bill becomes law. The Senate bill offers a deduction up to $6,000 eligible. Meanwhile, the House bill is $4,000. Now it's up to both chambers to decide how to do it. Deeper dig. Eligible taxpayer will be full deduction if their modified gross income is up to $75,000 for single or $150 for married. Trump on eliminating all taxes on Social Security. Back in the 24 campaign, Trump promised that he would eliminate all income taxes on Social Security. The House and Senate Big Beautiful reconciliation do not include this provision, but they could provide a new additional standard deduction for seniors. Okay. Taxation of Social Security benefits is a somewhat recent phenomenon, according to tax fund. It was introduced as part of the 1983 amendments to shore up the Social Security Trust Fund, which at the time was facing insolvency, much like today. Unlike other types of income, revenues generated from the taxation of Social Security benefits are earmarked specifically for the Social Security and Medicare trust funds. So, basically, what they're saying is, they never used to tax Social Security, but because they raided the trust fund and it doesn't exist, now they want to do it. And this is another finance thing saying that Trump's big beautiful bill helps out boomers, but young people pay the price. As the big beautiful bill offers a nice tax break for seniors, cuts in the bill could negatively affect younger Americans. The bill could limit healthcare access in a number of ways. Are you ahead or behind in retirement? Blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of talk about it. Older Americans, for example, get $6,000. See what it says. But while baby boomers walk away happy, younger Americans end up being the losers. Here's some of the Medicaid cuts can be painful. They're only cutting Medicaid for illegal aliens. So if you're not an illegal alien, you don't have to work for it. Yep. Healthcare subsidies can be harder to get. SNAP cuts could create hundreds. The only cuts they're making all this stuff were illegal aliens. So I don't even want to read any of that because they're all bullshit. So here we go. Another story. Antifa rioters surrounded the ICE building to prepare for another violent attack. Antifa sought to burn it down on the 4th of July holiday as part of their insurrection against the U.S. government.
Quit your job!
Quit your job! We're taking our jobs! Quit your job! Quit your job! So yeah, that's what they're doing in Portland. You know, I don't understand at what point is it declared an insurrection. Why don't POTUS declare Antifa a domestic terrorist organization? That would be nice. You know. So here we got this. We got fight breaks out in the streets. Fight breaks out in the streets. Fight breaks out in the streets. Tear gas, gunshots pop off. A protest outside a Portland ICE facility turned into a scary scene Friday night as demonstrators clashed with law enforcement and riot gear, and tear gas filled the air. Video is now circulating on X, capturing the shouting, shoving, and even law enforcement tackling protesters. Breaking up. Federal police declare an unlawful assembly at the ICE facility in Portland. Several arrests are made, and officers deploy endless tear gas, crowd control munitions to disperse the crowd. Tear gas canisters are exploding all over the place, and what sounds like the popping of gunshots, reportedly crowd control munitions, can be heard in the background of the clip. Portland Police Bureau says no arrests were made. Of course, Portland Police Bureau ain't going to arrest anybody. Why would they arrest them? They're just going to get let go anyway. No officers were injured during the protesting. Reminds the public not to directly engage in immigration enforcement. They don't engage in. They confirm an incident command team was activated utilizing dialogue liaison officers, rapid response team, air support unit, and public safety partners in support of the PPB's monitoring of the neighborhood. Some protests came out to demonstrate against Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, with one protester telling the local CBS affiliate in Portland that it's unfair the bill increases the budget for immigration agents while cutting assistance programs people really need. Oh well. As you know, protests have broken out all over the country over the last month or so, and some of the most explosive occurring in Los Angeles. We've even obtained video of law enforcement officers grabbing day workers outside of a Home Depot during one shocking raid as they grabbed a man out of his vehicle and took him away. We've reached out to both ICE, so no far back. No, whatever. Portland ICE facility protest descended into chaos on video. The protest outside the Portland ICE facility turned into a scary scene Friday night as demonstrators clashed with local law enforcement. Riot gear and tear gas filled the air. This video circulating on X. I do know approaches broken all over the country. They played video. Reach out to ICE. No word back. Same. That's the same exact story. What the hell? Okay. Okay. We're going to jump to this next story. We're almost done here. We got like maybe 10 more tabs to go. I'm going to try to get through them all for you guys. I'm going to put into work. More flooding. Catastrophic flood event estimated at a 1 in 500 to 1 in 1,000 year level is unfolding northwest of Austin, Texas. More than 20 inches of rain have drenched the Lake Travis watershed, with gauges reporting water levels rising at over a foot per hour. With rainfall ongoing, we could see devastating impacts emerge later this morning. This is what it looks like. This is the raining. Look at this. Oh my God, that purple. Let's say 20 inches right in that area there. Oh, that's crazy. I live in Lago Vista. Lake Travis is a deep water reservoir that's been down below 50% due to years of drought. We can handle all this rain and more, this guy says. Cloud seeding in one area can potentially increase rainfall up to 100 miles or more downwind. Cloud seeding weather modification in Texas Panhandle. Uh-oh. 24 dead in flash flood. So they were cloud seeding causes? Is that what they're saying? Oof. So Brandon Herrera, the AK guy, says, so donut operator and I spent 4th of July night out with the West Viral Del in Caryville, Texas, talking with first responders along the river and getting a feel for what is needed on the ground here. It's hard to express the level of devastation. The pictures just don't do it justice to the scale of what it is. The biggest takeaway of the night is how scattered the comms were. It was the biggest complaint everyone had. Most were handed high-tech radios that didn't work, and there is little to no cell service anywhere. If you're planning to come out here to help, my biggest piece of advice is to have reliable shortwave communications, and of course bring more supplies than you need just for yourself. It's bad here, lots of dead, and plenty more missing. So keep prayers coming, and I'll post where to help as soon as it's clear, the best way to do so. Look at this. There's like cars in the... Look at this. They're looking at the water, this raging water, the destruction of these buildings. Look at those cars down in the land, just washed away. And then these Sherps. Why are those tires flat is what I want to know. Maybe to get under something, or are they going to fill them up with air later? These are vehicles that can go. Those are vehicles that can go on land or water. Mr. Gunsgear says Starlink was a game changer for the first few days after Helene. If folks have them and are coming, I'd recommend bringing them as well. We have those too. Hardest part is so far is finding out who specifically needs them and where they are needed. Donation centers have a list of people who needs based on priority. One at a church, fire station goes a long way. And donut operator says, ran some supplies out to Kirk County with Brandon and met up with West Verdell. This is right around the corner from Camp Mystic, where 20 to 25 little girls went missing. Miles and miles of cars, trees, and homes piled on top of one another. First responders told us a huge holiday weekend there with hundreds out-of-towners staying on the riverbank. Which means they really can't give a solid count on how many people are actually missing. The community is going to need support in the following days. Keep an eye out on how to help. We'll try to figure out more tomorrow, heading back in a couple hours when it's light outside. This is just horrible. Donate to the Cajun Navy Relief Organization's trustworthy donation squad, y'all. Y'all squad. Two Dallas sisters among at least 47 dead in Central Texas flooding. This is horrible. This is just horrible. Horrible, horrible stuff. Two sisters from Dallas, a 13-year-old named Blair Harbor and 11-year-old Brooke Harbor, were among the dozens of lives lost in the catastrophic flooding that swept through Central Texas early Friday. Their deaths were confirmed Saturday by St. Rita Catholic Community. Blair was preparing to enter 8th grade, and Brooke was set to begin 6th grade. This is horrible. Sisters were not at Camp Mystic. Sisters were not attending Camp Mystic, where up to 25 campers remained missing, but were in the area when the flooding occurred. In their memory, St. Rita held a prayer service at 4 p.m. Saturday to grieve and honor the lives of the two young girls. The girls were staying at their grandparents along the Guadalupe River, who remain unaccounted for, according to the church. Their parents were in a separate cabin and were not harmed. Yeah, this is so horrible. Please keep the Herbert family in your prayers during this time of profound grief. May our faith, our love, and our St. Rita community be a source of strength and comfort in the days ahead, said Father Joshua R. Whitfield, pastor and correspondence with church members. Flooding death toll rise to 47. At least 47 people are dead in Central Texas in what officials are calling mass casualty events. After devastating flash floods slammed Hill County, with water rescues taking place along the Guadalupe River. Kerrville, Texas, July 4th. Trees emerged from the water along the Guadalupe River. July 4th, 2025, in Kerrville, Texas. Heavy rainfall caused flooding along the Guadalupe River, Central Texas. Multiple fatalities reported. Yeah, I didn't know. That's the first when I saw that about the cloud seeding. If there's people doing cloud seeding and they had anything to do with this, people need to go to jail. Camp Mystic hit hardest by floodwaters. Among the missing are up to 25 campers from Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp that was severely impacted when the Guadalupe River surged unexpectedly. The river rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes. What? After a stationary storm dumped far more rain than forecasted over the river's north and south forks. That sounds like some kind of cloud seeding stuff. A stationary storm jumped so much rain that the river rose 26 feet, 45 minutes. The river reached near record levels. The flooding overwhelmed the region, including the city of Kerrville, where the Guadalupe River reached its second highest level on record. Hundreds rescued by air and boat. Emergency responders have rescued 850 people, including 160 by air. U.S. Coast Guard assisted in saving more than 220 lives. Search efforts continue using helicopters, drones, and ground teams. Federal and state response is underway. Officials, including Governor Greg Abbott and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, have mobilized state and federal resources. President Trump has pledged full federal support. Communities face widespread damage. Local leaders and residents describe destruction as unprecedented. Many areas remain without power or access, and families are still searching for loved ones. The emotional toll on survivors and first responders continues to grow as recovery efforts press on. CBS News Texas will provide updates as more information becomes available. Oh, it's just brutal, man. That's just brutal stuff. It's just brutal stuff. Let's take a moment of silence and pray for those in Texas. Thank you. How Ketanji Brown Jackson is standing out from her liberal colleagues. Oh, yeah, she's standing out, all right, running her mouth. Standing out, agreed, by far the dumbest SCOTUS justice, completely unable to understand separation of powers and yet views the unelected judiciary as the ultimate authority on our nation. How Justice Jackson is standing out from her liberal colleagues. From the Supreme Court's mahogany bench, The newest justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, has sparred with Amy Coney Barrett and other voices of the right. Money, interest, and power are among her targets. Yeah. After Supreme Court Amy Coney Barrett announced from the mahogany bench last month that the lower court judges had gone too far in pausing Donald Trump's changes to birthright citizenship, the court's liberals got their turn. Justice Sotomayor, the most senior of the three justices appointed by Democrat, read parts of the trio's joint dissent for about twice as long as Barrett had described the conservative majority's opinion. Okay, so what? They still lost, though. She even added the line that doesn't appear in the written version. The other shoe has dropped on presidential immunity, Sotomayor said, referencing the court's landmark 2020 limiting when presidents can be prosecuted for actions they take in office. But it was a separate written dissent from Ketanji Brown Jackson that reverberated the most, in large part because of Barrett's scathing reaction to it. We will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. Okay, so they think that's a good thing. They think, she told them. You go, girl. It wasn't the first time in recent months that Jackson's word drew attention. Yeah, because she sounds like a retard. In a case about air pollution rules, Jackson said the case gives fodder to the unfortunate perception that moneyed interests enjoy an easier road to relief in this court than ordinary citizens. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It takes money to sue, especially to take a case all the way to the Supreme Court. It takes millions of dollars. When her conservative colleagues gave Elon Musk's Department of Government officially complete access to the data of millions of Americans kept by Social Security, Jackson said the court was sending a troubling message. All right, you know what? USA Today should be called Communism Today. It's a party for basic legal standards for the Trump administration. No, it's not. Speaking at a judges' conference in May, Justice Jackson condemned the attacks Trump and his allies were making on judges who ruled against his policies. What attacks? Just saying they're stupid and retarded like you are? Warning is that threats and harassment could undermine the Constitution and rule of law. The court's newest member in an institution that reverses seniority once again spoke by far the most. Yeah, she talks the most when she should listen. Yeah, I definitely think Justice Jackson really prioritized developing her own jurisprudence and thoughts and voice. Yeah, but her jurisprudence, she can say whatever she wants. If she's into dissent, it's not the law. It's not binding precedent. So, and these retards, her and Sotomayor, quote their own dissents in other rulings later. That's not how it works. You can't do that. That's just retardation. I can see Justice Jackson evolving to someone who wants to speak directly to the public to express her concerns of that side of the court. Yeah, that's great. She just be a politician then. She nominated by Joe Biden in 2022 to succeed Justice Stephen Breyer. Jackson wasted no time to be heard. She spoke more than twice as many words as any of her colleagues. Yeah. When asked about her volubility, Jackson said she became used to operating on a solo on the bench during his 8-year as a federal trial court judge. She hasn't shown many signs of adjusting. Yeah, she doesn't act like an appellate judge. She acts like a district court judge. She was completely unprepared for this role. So, whatever. Breaking. Trump and Zelensky just held a July 4th call on Ukraine's air defenses. This isn't Biden's blank check foreign policy. This is Trump's asserting American priorities first, while tightening the leash on both Russia and NATO. Here's what you need to know. Ukraine says Trump's Zelensky call was very important and fruitful. Their focus, air defenses. After Russia launched 539 drones and 11 missiles in one night, Ukraine asked for help. Trump said yes, but on America first terms. Trump is demanding something Biden never did, a capable review of U.S. stockpiles, prioritizing American readiness, strategic aid tied to mutual interest, no more depleting our own defenses without considering the consequences. Zelensky and Trump also agreed to a U.S.-Ukraine defense production meeting, especially on drones and battlefield tech. This isn't mere charity, it's co-production. Ukraine gets help, America gets contracts and IP. Trump isn't letting NATO off the hook either. On July 3rd, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz called Trump to say Germany will help cover air defense gaps, including Patriot missile systems. That's Trump's 5% NATO push already paying dividends. This is the Trump doctrine in real time. Strategic aid, shared burden, defense industrial partnerships, relentless pressure for peace. America protects its interests, but it doesn't do it alone, and it doesn't write a blank check anymore. Trump, this is also confirmed his July 3rd call with Putin had no breakthroughs. He's talking to both sides, pressuring both sides, and he warned if Russia and Ukraine don't negotiate, he will get very tough. Ask Iran what he means. That's what it says. It says, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get it there. Now they perhaps have a second chance. Trump, sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while than pulling them apart. That may sound harsh, but it's not wrong. It's realism. It's peace through strength. The contrast couldn't be clearer. Biden drained our stockpiles, funded endless wars, and let NATO freeload. Trump rebuilds deterrence, demands results, makes allies pay their share, and brokers peace from strength. The adults are back in charge. Cry harder, libs. Should I read this other story that the guy linked to here? NATO finally steps up Trump's 5% victory and the end of Europe's free ride. As NATO Secretary General admits what the establishment denied, that without Trump, Europe would have let itself remain indefensible, and the alliance finally becomes a real partnership. For years, Donald Trump was mocked for telling NATO the truth. Our foreign policy establishment howled for nearly a decade that demanding our allies pay their fair share would shatter the alliance, which raises questions as to why would we want such allies. Now, after all the kicking and screaming, NATO is doing exactly what Trump demanded from the start. At the 2025 NATO summit, Secretary General Mark Rutte, a Dutch globalist, uttered a sentence that would be the headline of the week if anyone, and then the other week. We should stop whining about Trump. He was right. With those 8 words, Rutte publicly conceded the obvious that the Atlantic Alliance has long been a one-way street. Europe has outsourced its survival to the American taxpayer and has been horrified, shocked, when called out on that. That since the start of the war in Ukraine, the Europeans have actually spent twice as much cash to Moscow for energy as to Kiev because they have entirely too few armaments to send, and that Donald Trump alone has the guts to say it and the leverage to change it. This week's summit produced the most consequential shift in policy since NATO's post-war history. The commitment by each member to defense spending of 5% of GDP, not as a ceiling or an aspirational dream, but as a new baseline. That will effectively double NATO's strength in the relative short term, and as soon as, and not a moment too soon, it will transform NATO from a collection of hectoring dependents into a true partnership. In Rutte's words to the president, that could not have happened if you would not have been elected in 2016 and re-elected last year, so I want to thank you. And this is good, very interesting. BlackRock has suspended its search for investors for Ukraine's recovery fund due to a lack of interest. Even war profiteers want nothing to do with Zelensky. BlackRock's retreat proves what we've known. Pouring billions into foreign quagmires is a losing bet. The Ukraine Recovery Fund was set to vacuum $500 million from taxpayers and $2 billion from private investors, money that should have stayed in America. While DC elites push globalist handouts, our own border crumbles and inflation rages. The administration's pivot to prioritize American interests over foreign charity is long overdue. Let's redirect every dime to secure our borders, slash energy costs, and rebuild cities here, not fund endless wars abroad. Accountability starts at home. Yeah, BlackRock scraps $15 billion Ukraine fund as Trump's return fuels U.S. uncertainty. The American investment firm BlackRock has halted its efforts to secure investors for Ukraine's recovery fund due to the growing uncertainty surrounding Donald Trump's return to the presidency. The United States did not support the initiative, which forced BlackRock to end talks with potential donors. The U.S. investment giant froze negotiation with institutional donors back in early 2024. The decision was likely to political uncertainty following Donald Trump's election victory in the United States. The fund was expected to be unveiled at a recovery conference in Rome, July 10th through 11th. It was slated for launch with the involvement of the governments of Germany, Italy, Poland, which were prepared to provide the initial round of funding. What was planned? BlackRock is in partnership with the government of Ukraine and other international partners, have been preparing to recovery fund worth more than $15 billion. Of that total, $2 billion was expected to come from private investors. So the rest of that was going to come from where? From taxpayers. Philip Hildebrand, vice chair of BlackRock, has previously said the project was designed to combine grants, debt instruments, and equity capital. However, in January, BlackRock decided to halt the process, citing a lack of interest, primarily from the United States. Washington did not formally support the initiative, despite Ukraine's expectations. Trump has repeatedly expressed skepticism about supporting Ukraine and has vowed to end the war through direct talks with Vladimir Putin. Since taking office, his administration has avoided taking a clear position on financing Ukraine's defense or reconstruction efforts. That ambiguity has significantly affected the investment climate around Ukraine. What's next? According to Bloomberg, France is now working with an alternative initiative to support Ukraine's reconstruction. However, without U.S. involvement or BlackRock's participation, the impact may be limited. BlackRock spokesman confirmed the company concluded its pro bono advisory work on Ukraine Fund in 2024 and currently holds no active mandate from the government of Ukraine. As reported earlier in January 2024, Ukraine's reconstruction bank, being developed with the help of major global investment banks, including BlackRock and JP Morgan Chase, was expected to begin operating within 1 year. BlackRock has been assisting in the talks to secure funding from development banks and donor governments intended to reduce the investment risk for the private sector. In 2023, Kiev enlisted BlackRock and JP Morgan to help establish a fund to attract public capital. The idea was to use it as a catalyst for the private investment in Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. That process is expected to require hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah, it's just another article. It's the same thing. It says BlackRock halts talks on investment fund for Ukraine after Trump's victory. Bloomberg. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. 4 more to go, and then it's the end of the show. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been here. Thank you to the people who donated some money. 10, 20. Well, we didn't hit our goal, and I ended up going an extra 2 hours. So I'm watching you guys. That's all I'm going to say. Genocide. When Democrats like this Minnesota University professor say the United States must be dismantled and decolonized to save humanity, they are not speaking in metaphors. They mean it. This isn't rhetorical flair. It's a revolutionary premise rooted in postmodernism, Marxism, and racial grievance. An explicit rejection of the American project and its founding ideals. The Democrats want no America because America, at its best, represents the opposite of everything they believe. Ordered liberty, personal responsibility, upward mobility, a colorblind justice system, and national sovereignty. These are not mere policy preferences. They are existential threats to the Marxist utopia. We must reject the premise. America is not a colony. It is a nation born in revolution, tempered by civil war, expanded through hardship, and perfected. Not by destruction, but the generation after generation striving to its ideas. The Democrats who cry decolonize are not oppressed. They are pampered malcontents who drink lattes while posting manifestos from their iPhones, protected by rights they didn't earn in a country they detest but refuse to leave. So here she goes.
Of all liberation struggles and the movements that seek a world of justice, equality, and peace, that seek to dismantle the United States. I hope you seek to dismantle the United States. And if that isn't your politics, okay? I speak as if everybody has this commitment. And the thing is that you should listen to Indigenous people when they're telling you that this is the goal. And that not only is this the goal, but this is the starting point. Because I think Nick articulated this very clearly. Decolonization is the only thing that is going to save us as a species. It's the only thing that's going to save us as a planet. And everyone should just be on board with it. No questions asked. And I say this sometimes on the podcast, our Red Nation podcast, and the co-host of Red Power Hour. You know, like, of the most oppressed ass people in Turtle Island, Indigenous women are like on the top of that fucking list, okay? And incarcerated at higher numbers, murdered at higher numbers, missing at higher numbers, higher levels of rape and all kinds of sexual violence and sexual harassment. I mean, Indigenous women struggle so hard under the settler regime that is the United States, and the way that heteropatriarchy ties so closely into that. And if an Indigenous woman is telling you that decolonization is the solution, and also that there is real hope, and that Palestine offers us, we said this in the speech, Palestine is the alternative path for Native nations. And this is because we understand Palestine, and the liberation of Palestine is the tip of the spear, right? It is a righteous struggle, and it is so powerful that it has literally, in 60 days, changed the entire world. The entire world has changed. I knew it the moment that it happened, that nothing, and I mean nothing, for colonizers or for any of the good, humble people of the earth would be the same ever again. And we need to lean into that, lean into the fact that colonizers are scared. Lean in to scaring them and making them feel uncomfortable, right? It is because we have power.
These people are fucking insane.
Of all liberation struggles and the movements that
Insane. All right. My sons had these decolonizers as professors. Young liberal women are statistically the unhappiest and most mentally ill demographic in America. They have multiple mental health disorders and hate everything about their life. But trust me, my beliefs are correct and everyone else is wrong. Yeah, that's right. You know, and I want you to remember and not forget that these are the same people who did this. All right. Democrats in January 2022. All right. Fine the unvaccinated. Look at the Democrats wanted to fine unvaccinated, lock unvaccinated in their home, almost 60%. Send unvaccinated to quarantine camps. Over 40% of Democrats voted for that. All right. Take children from unvaccinated parents and fine and imprison critics of the vaccine. Over 40% of Democrats wanted to fine and imprison critics of the vaccine. These people are tyrants. They are authoritarian tyrants. They are friggin' communists. We're in a battle for the survival of liberty and freedom. And the Democrat Party is not that party. Mm-hmm. You know, but I want you all to remember that Nazi was right wing. Let's look at the research here. High taxes. Oh, that's the Democrats and the Nazis. Okay, pro-abortion, Democrats and Nazis. Gun control, Democrats and Nazis. Government-controlled healthcare, Democrats and Nazis. All right? Government-controlled education, Democrats and Nazis. Censored speech, Democrats and Nazis. Individual rights, not the Nazis, not the Democrats, but Republicans. Huh. Pro-military, okay, so you got the Nazis in the Republican Party. Okay, and then you got nationalists, Nazis and Republicans. You got nationalizing industries. Oh, wait, that's the Democrats and the Nazis. Guaranteed income, Democrats and Nazis. Removal of religion from government, Democrat and Nazis. So, I guess when people say that the the Nazi Party, whatever, are right wing, what does it look like? If you guys don't believe me, you can look, and the Nazi Party modeled a lot of their programs and a lot of their policies off of the Democrat Party of America, the United States Democrat Party, the Progressive Democrat Party. That's what the Nazis modeled their stuff. And actually, some of the things that the Democrats, their beliefs and their policy positions, like Margaret Sanger and stuff like that, the Nazis said, "Whoa, that's a little too extreme. We don't want to go that far." So you can look into that if you want. I don't want to get into it right now, but just remember that genocide. The left is calling for Republicans to be re-educated or dealt with military precision. This normies have a hard time seeing MAGA as victims, but the reality is that most of them are traumatized and brainwashed into living in an alternate reality. The only way out of this without a second Holocaust is to collectively understand this and respond with military precision. People are nuts. Yeah, I'm going to say no thank you on the whole re-education thing. Maybe next time. Let's talk in 11 and a half years after the remaining Trump administration and then 2 terms of JD and see where we're at then. Dems advocate our borderline terrorist tactics such as insurrection and violence would be perceived as domestic terrorism. If there's a group in America that needs to be re-educated, they're the followers of Dems, who are who most Americans know of their hatred for America. Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's right here, just so you know. It says COVID-19 Democrat voters support harsh measures against unvaccinated. This is what I'm closing out on this right here. Just to remind everybody that, while many voters have become skeptical towards the federal government's response to COVID-19 pandemic, a majority of Democrats have placed restrictive policies, including punitive measures against those who haven't gotten the COVID-19 vaccine. Remember? Yeah. A new Heartland Institute and Rasmussen reports national telephone and online survey shows that 48% of voters favor President Joe Biden's plan to impose COVID-19 vaccine mandate on the employees of large companies and government agencies. That includes 33% who strongly favor the mandate. 48% are opposed to Biden's vaccine mandate, including 40% who strongly oppose. Voters are similarly divided over the federal government's top COVID expert, Anthony Fauci. 45% viewed Fauci favorably, including 28% who have a favorable impression. The even split is while 78% of Democrat voters support the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine plan, only 22% Republican and 41% of voters not affiliated with either major party support the vaccine mandate. Hey, hi, Sunshine. Nice to see you. Yeah, I've been on over 4 hours, but I will be ending here in the next few minutes, so sorry, but I'm glad to see you. Oh, no. The Camp Mystic parent says Rainey has been found, and while not the outcome we prayed for, the social media outreach likely assisted the first responders in helping to identify her. That is so sad. Over half of them, let's see, where's the survey? 59% of Democratic voters would favor a government policy requiring citizens to remain confined to their homes at all times to refuse to get the vaccine. Wow. Nearly half think the federal and state government should be able to fine or imprison individuals who publicly question the efficacy of the vaccine. 45% of Democrats favor governments requiring citizens to temporarily live in a designated facility or locations. So they quarantine camps. 45% of Democrats favored putting people in camps. Sounds like Nazis, doesn't it? 2/3 would be against the government using digital devices to track unvaccinated people. Democrats are willing to go to punch. 29% of Democratic voters would support temporarily removing parents' custody of children if they didn't take the vaccine. Survey also found that more than 63% of black voters support Biden's vaccine mandate for government workers. What? I thought black voters were opposed to it. President Biden's strongest supporters will likely endorse the harshest punishments against those who don't get the COVID vaccine. 51% are in favor of the government putting unvaccinated in camps. 54% opposing fines or prison sentences on vaccine critics. Wow. So just remember, the Democrats are evil. Evil, 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 evil people. Evil, 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 evil people. The Democrats are evil. The Democrats are evil. Evil, 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 evil people. Evil people. Well, folks, I think that's going to be it for the night. I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. I want to thank you all for being here. Please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications so you get notified when I go live. And please just remember that when you come here, Jim will tell you the news.